want to thank y'all for stopping in by this program, guys. Let's try to have a good time tonight. I am ban fucking tastic, John H. How are you doing, my brother from the motherland? Good to see you, Big Pimp. Oh, man, what I got to do? Come on now. Come on now, Barry. We've all listened to this song. We've all felt it at different points in our lives. Uh, Women hear this song, she have no choice but to get naked. She just naturally wants to. Uh. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. Guys, here we are. Y'all are probably, first of all, John H. Thank you so much, Big Pimp. Everybody else who's watching right now, all the lurkers, thank y'all. We do have a super special guest gonna come on and be on this Black Phillip retrospect with us, a fellow fan of Patrice O'Neill, rest in peace. Now, this episode is coming from back in 2007. What up, JT? What up, pimp? Got a pimp in training. Good. I was hoping I'd see you back here on this third edition of the Black Phillip Show retrospect. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, so we're on episode 5. We've been learning from Patrice. We're going to do all 12 episodes. We'll probably do 5 and 6 tonight. We got a special guest coming on to listen in with us. We are on episode 5 now, y'all. Like we've been doing the past couple of episodes of this. We'll pause it and take notes. I hope you got a pen, and I hope you've brought a paper with you a notebook, because school is in session, boys and girls.
To the Black Phillip Show with Patrice O'Neal. Women's power is in your fear of whatever they're going to do.
Black Phillip.
Your fear of whatever they're going to do.
I told my girl she's the fourth most important thing in my life.
So sensitive.
It was me, my career, my mother, and then her.
Ooh, that silk.
Treat her like a hoe, got to let her know. Treat her like a hoe.
Strong.
I think my girl in my life is worth 5 bitches now.
What up, Patricia? And I gotta state, every time that we play the Black Phillip Show, do the we're in a retrospect series. It's not going to be like this forever, but we are going to finish all of the Black Phillip Show, guys. What Patrice says is going to be hardcore. It's going to be unadulterated. It's going to be graphic. It's going to be fucked up. So prepare yourselves for that. I wouldn't suggest any children listening to this. Yeah, and try to look at it with an open mind. Too often which everybody has been looking at a very open mind. Try to look up the way that the liberals do it. They get upset about things. Us, as our side, red-pilled people, we're a little bit more open-minded. And Patrice's message, it might not be for everybody, but it is a timeless message, and I think it applies to us all.
I should have went with I Feel Love like I wanted. Change that to I Feel Love, motherfucker. Listening to Danny and his yeah. This is a song. Yeah, I'm sorry, Danny. It's all right.
Okay. Break it down. What an interview? What do you? So we're an interview. Come on, man. Give me a with Patrice. Let's see. That is a good idea. Yeah, because if you don't know who Patrice is, about what Patrice does, and Patrice the man, you'll hear, you will definitely, you will definitely not quite understand it. Let me see. Let me see. Let's retrospect this interview too, at JT's suggestion. Matt Ruby. Let's check him. Holy shit, Patrice O'Neal is on this. Damn. Having some audio difficulties. We're having some audio difficulties. I feel like he is definitely a scientist studying women. Thank you, player.
Violence. It's like it's always something to help a woman who fucking cuts his heart to see what a lot of women have in common. And at the time, what I meant by that is that women don't really take responsibility for their own evils. If you watch TV, there's always some shit on about, you know, there's some shows.
We got
about
sound
women who
again.
kill their
Devil
husbands,
advocate.
And the show's called Snapped, or the show's called.
Hey man, let me look him up.
Drawn into violence. It's like it's always something is that women don't really take responsibility for their own evils. If you watch TV, there's always some shit on about, you know, there's some shows about women who kill their husbands, and the show's called.
That's good. My girl always. My girl stay watching shit like that.
Called drawn into violence. It's like it's always something to help a woman who fucking cuts his man's balls off and shoots him in his face while she's like asleep, an excuse to do foul shit. So when you catch a girl and being a whore is some foul shit.
Real quick, we're gonna show devil advocate shit real fast. Boom, 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 boom. Wow. Oh, this guy's a gangster. This guy's a pimp. All right, let's get back to it.
Shit to a girl. So they need a good
shout out devil advocate
story. That's
for me
what
too.
Liquor is to them. Liquor is excuse juice. You know, it's something to make them feel.
What up, G Manana? We are retrospecting. This is a little bit of some Patrice O'Neill, some interview we did with Matt Ruby, kind of giving a bit of an insight before we get into episode 5 of Black Phillip Show.
Like, oh my God, it's not my fault. And so if you're the guy, you're with a girl that's not a drinker or not a drug user, you have to talk her into somehow feeling like it's not their fault.
I'm trying to work Telegram too, but I can't.
It's your fault. You know, so, you know, a technique I used to use is explain to her that if I'm eating your pussy, I'm being a whore. You're not being a whore. You're just receiving something I'm giving. I have to say, well, I'm a whore just like you. If I'm down on my knees, you know, licking your vagina, or if I've cajoled you and coerced you into some kind of sexual act, it makes them feel like it ain't their fault. So when I say that it's just any technique that makes a girl feel like it ain't on them. Because, you know, girls don't ever take responsibility, but society doesn't set it up where they need to either. No woman has ever, in your history of your life, you've never heard a woman actually take full responsibility for their actions. It's not set up that way.
And I have a question. Do you think it's our culture that's making girls feel like that? Is that something that's just innate to women in general, or where is that coming from?
And this was close to 20 years ago.
And you got places, man, where motherfuckers look. I enjoy our society where you know, women have a voice. It makes it more satisfying to see a woman be a woman when she's in a society where women are set up to be the boss, but they're really not the boss. There's other societies that just straight up say fuck women. You know what I mean? Like, we'll if a bitch, they'll bury a bitch in the dirt up to her neck and throw rocks at her fucking head.
Right.
So see, women here don't deal with that kind of shit. So I'm not saying they should, but I'm saying we live with a bunch of not even self-made bosses. They force you to think that they're I don't want to
That's
say
how the fuck I feel about some of the people I work with.
You're gonna respect me because you're told to, but not earn it. Like women's basketball, it sucks. I don't fuck what nobody says. See, women don't want to be sexual objects. That's their problem. But that's what they are to men, and then they build from there. They start off as sexual objects, then they ascend to something more. See, men in a woman's life, we start off as more and then ascend to pussy. We're trying to ascend to pussy. They're trying to ascend to our life and to our love and our commitment. See, we start off like, oh man, I want some pussy, and they go, well, what do you do for a living? And then they start off at, what do you do for a living? Oh, he's a nice guy. Here's some pussy.
Here's some pussy.
So let's take women's basketball. Why would I want to watch an exact replica of a man's game played at a lower level?
God, I wonder what Patrice, what he would think of Brittany Griner. With no other contributions or no other benefits except for I'm watching girls play the same way as a man. No panties, no titties out, nothing. I gotta watch slower, weaker product. Why would I want to do that? And they're not even being sexual. Like you got the lingerie bowl girls who say we're gonna play football, but we're gonna do it in our panties and our tits. And that is a huge success, as opposed to let me watch women play football because they love the game. I don't give a shit. That's why volleyball is a great sport. You get to see those nice little booties and some athletic ability. But if I want to see full athletic ability, I watch a man. But why is that sexist? I don't know. I don't think it's sexist. I just think it's true. And I think that. It's when you say is it socially society, yeah. And here's the bad thing. It's not women, it's men policing, this kind of shit. It's like this ain't taken away from nothing the ladies do. They should be doing their own shit and we should be doing our shit. This ain't taken away from what they do. There's shit we can do together, but there's some shit that I don't know.
You can't even talk shit about women. It's like, what happened to the old saying, sticks and stones will break my bones and names will never hurt me. Why can't I say a woman ain't shit without fucking being a troglodyte or asshole? Why can't I say how I feel? So do I feel like any woman can kick my ass? No, I'm sure there is one. But
he's saying is that women can get away with a lot more, and this ain't no women hating shit. We're celebrating Patrice O'Neal's life this month, okay?
I always said the best. Like if I run into fucking Chris Cyborg, that fucking MMA girl, she'd beat the dog shit out of me, but she's not gonna beat the dog shit out of a fucking man MMA guy. So it's like the best man is the best, and I don't understand why. You got to be a villain to say that shit. Why do you have to be a villain if you fucking say that? Because there's no best nothing in the world overall that's a chick. Maybe the best porn star, but again, sexually, women have it. That's why women porn stars get paid more. But you tell me the greatest pianist, if somebody considers the greatest pianist, the greatest artist, the greatest athlete, the greatest thinkers, women are there, but if you go, who's the greatest thinker? You would think nuclear physicists are the greatest thinkers. I don't know any. I mean, I'm sure there's a fucking asshole that knows a couple of women, but the greatest is like Michio Kaku or the guy in the fucking wheelchair there.
Michio Kaku would be proven to be full of shit in years since.
Even Hawkins.
Right. All right. Well, I have a question.
There's even a clip where they argue on Opie and Anthony where him and Michio Kaku. No, it's not. It's Michio Kaku and Troy Kwan. I apologize.
I have a question about that then. Do you think that's because they don't have the innate abilities, or is it because they don't have the ambition? Because
they do, but it's women don't like being. See, women doesn't want to be the best woman. She wants to be the best man because she knows best is men. So she don't want to be just like my girl. if we watch a movie and she sees a cool role for a woman, she says, see, that's cool. I go, okay, fair enough. I go, but she's cool as a woman. See, my girl wants to be as funny as my male friend, as cool as my male friend, that she's just not going to be. But her value is that she's going to be the coolest chick is the shit. She's the queen. See, here's the thing about the queen that people don't understand. If you look at England, okay, and you look at how the royal family set up, okay, it's like the queen gets to be the queen because the king is the king. Like, so let's say, for instance, and this is talking about the weak position that men are in now.
All right.
Okay. In order, if I'm a king, okay, and I marry any woman on the street, she can be a complete bum. Okay. If I marry her, she is now the queen. She's the highest level of title, I think, in the world. If a woman's a queen, that's the highest female title on the planet Earth, is the queen. Not the prime minister, not the secretary of state, not the president. The queen. Any queen is the top. And every woman understands that. Now, in order to be a queen, all you got to do is marry a king. But the Queen of England is the queen because her father didn't have any sons. So she was anointed to the queen. But still, here's the problem. Everybody's waiting for her to die so that Prince Charles can be a
you think I wasn't kidding about taking the notes.
King, because the country wants a king, because that's the highest level. But the Queen of England right now is married to a guy. But that guy isn't the king. So the point being is, the natural thing is, a guy comes in at his highest level and comes in with a woman, and being a queen is her highest level, but it's not the highest level. And women hate that they feel like they can never be at the highest level, but they can if they fucking be at the highest level as a woman. Do what women do. Stop trying to compete with men, and it's not even a fair competition. Men are being what's the word when you take your balls? Euthanized. No, that euthanized is killed.
Castrated.
What is the word? Castrated. Yes, thank you. Castrated and fucking euthanized. Really, our spirit. So if your balls are getting castrated and they're forcing you to submit to the fact that you're not the best, and then they want the best, it's really that we're really abdicating our position. I don't abdicate my position. You have to earn it. You have to take it. I don't fucking sit. I'm not gonna say you're fucking funny, you're smart, you're witty, you're interesting if you're not. And most funny, smart, witty, interesting people are dudes. How many fucking women do you really know that's your real tight, main fucking shit stain friend that you can trust
Your main
with
shit
some horrible
stain
information or some real fucked up knowledge about you? Who the fuck do you know? That's like some girl that's like, this is the person that I confide in. No, because they're girls. They can't trust each other. They hate each other. So and they not only they hate each other, they hate the lack of camaraderie and the lack of mentorship that they have for each other. They hate that we have that shit. As an older man, I'm getting older, man. I mentor young guys. That's what I don't try to compete with young soldiers. I mentor them.
What do you teach them?
I behave like a general. I behave like a general or a lieutenant or a fucking captain. I behave like when I see a young man that wants to hear me, I give them advice. I don't try to bring him down and compete with his young strength and his young determination. I try to say, one day you're going to be older. Let me help you be older better.
What do you teach a guy? A guy comes to you for advice. What do you tell him?
It depends on what he needs. If I got that knowledge, now I couldn't tell a guy how to keep in shape because I'm not in shape, but I could tell a guy have a better relationship. I could tell a guy how to be.
And I'll tell you that though, he was set up in a, that after so long of being in absolute power and raised with nothing going on that's bad and nothing but pleasure your whole life, I think that's going to have a negative impact. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, Charles does not have the same respect or the command either. It seems like, yeah, it's not. They're not even the Plantagenet family.
A better comic. I can't tell him how to be a rich and famous comic. I can tell him how to be respected, and I'll say, how you be respected. You don't steal. You take it in the face, like a man. You respect the game. You do it. You be righteous, and I don't mean righteous from the Bible. I mean righteous. You just follow your path. You do the right thing, and you'll get what you want. You know what I mean? And it depends on what that person needs at the time. What kind of mentorship? If you're a friend of mine, or we kicking it, and you telling me you got some kind of problem, and I've experienced it, I can share how I got through it. With you.
All right. Well, let me ask you something then. Like within a relationship, you've got to bend a little bit as you've got to compromise. How much of that is giving up?
Why?
You don't compromise at all in a relationship?
Here's the thing.
See, that's where I kind of
Compromise
disagree.
means one of us is going to be unhappy. If your girl, see, I have enough money to where I don't have to compromise for certain things. I'm not rich, but I have 4 televisions, and I'm just giving an example of compromise.
All right.
If my girl wants to watch the Grammys, see, here's the problem. Compromise for a woman means we both have to do something she wants to do. That's what compromise is.
All right.
So if the Grammys is on and I don't want to watch that horse shit, I got 4 TVs, but she wants to watch the Grammys with me. She doesn't want to watch the Grammys alone. I bought 4 TVs, so at any point you can go watch anything you want to watch. Matter of fact, you can watch 2 things if you want at the same time. But I want to watch what I want to watch, and I don't want to watch it with you.
So you tell her no, or
compromise? I just go, I'm not going to go watch it. I'm not watching it. So one of us is going to be angry, because here's the thing: if I don't watch it with her and she's angry, what's the difference if I watch it with her and I'm angry? Who would you rather be upset in the situation, you or her?
So you never do things that you don't want to do, but your girl does want to do, just because?
Never.
And do you think that's tenable for like most other men? You think they could get away with that too?
Well, I've been with the same bitch for it's going on 10 years.
Yeah, the royal family is an offshoot of the Wist. It's hard for me to pronounce, but it's of a German Hanover house, a house from Hanover. That it's all inbred.
Other guys could
see what happens is here's the thing. You're on a journey with this woman. Here's the thing about men. Men are very, and this is from doing field research, and of course I'm generalizing, you know. So the women who get upset about this is the ones that should get upset. The women who don't are the ones that have a sense of themselves and a sense of honesty, and then they move on from there. Here's the thing. We're on a journey together, and let's say our journey is in a car, our hypothetical figurative journey in life. If I'm driving, okay, and I control the wheel as a man, and I'm driving, see, let's say every gas station we stop at is to emotionally fill up our gas tank. To fill up our emotional gas tank. If my girl runs the emotional gas tank, how many times do you think we're going to fucking stop on our journey? When she's mad at this, or she's tired, or she's on a fucking, her monthly, and I got to stop and ask the guy, all right, give me 10, 12 roses on 2. All right, give me a nice meal on 3. Give me a movie and a fucking thing. Give me Valentine's Day on pump 4. If you're a guy and it trickles down from you, you're going to only stop at the gas station when you truly need to, so that your journey can be fruitful and your journey can you can get the most out of the journey, as opposed to every single second you got to keep filling up her emotional gas tank.
Now,
It's counterproductive.
is there anything attractive to you if a girl does like stand up and say, "I'm not okay with the way you're treating me," or "Here's what I want"?
And here's what you could do. I've done it many times, and I'm telling you, Frank, Matt, I'm not talking shit either. See, of course, I'm a very. You talk to my girl, you know, I sound like an ogre to people who don't know me,
Right.
But my girl's well taken care of, man. I take care of her. But to take care of her, I need to be. I need to have desire and I need to have happiness on my own. So if she's making me miserable and I still have to take care of her, that's not good. But if I make sure that I'm happy, and then because
this is from over 20 years ago too, but you get that's the language that he uses.
If you got a girlfriend, she's gonna love you Monday and hate you Tuesday. You can't function like that. So if I have a girl that stands up to me, I don't have weak women. I don't attract weak women. I attract strong women. I attract abusive women, women who will stomp on your guts if they get a chance. Now, you don't think there's any abusive women? Like, not you, but people? Like, come on. There's some abusive women. Ask any woman who her favorite guy ever was. The love of her life was an asshole. It wasn't they hate the guy. The guys that they should marry, they do marry, then they divorce him because it's like he doesn't do it for me. Women marry and date the what they think they're supposed to date. But let's put it in terms of an animal. Like I said, like some women, might be a tiger. Tigers are aggressive animals. So in order for her to feel like a woman, she's gonna have to date a male tiger. She can't date
to get into that
outside of her species. But a lot of women date outside of their species because they're more perfect than a tiger. They do anything she says. They compromise, quote unquote. They do what they need to do to make her feel comfortable. So then she doesn't realize, why do I hate this fucking lane? Because it's not tapping into how she wants to feel. See, my girl wants me to say no, but again, like I said, they don't take responsibility, so they want me to stand there. Women want you to stand up to them, and at the same time, she's mad, but she's attracted to you. Because hate is the same thing as love. So if you get a woman that stands up to me, it doesn't matter. That's the woman I want. The woman that goes, fuck you, and I go, fine and dandy. And then I stay logical, she stays emotional, and eventually her emotions are going to run out, because that's why they have to get their gas tank filled up, because they need emotions to continue to run correctly. I don't need emotions to run correctly. I need logic and reason. I reason myself through my emotions. Women emotion their way through logic. This sounds like men from Mars, women from Venus, but it is. It's the fact.
That's why I'm excited to kind of get into some of Dante, and also it's going to show more of Jeffrey soon.
Anything that you can think of, if you apply opposite to a woman of how you behave, that's how they behave. They behave opposite. Their instinct is completely opposite to ours. So it's a battle of attrition. It's either your logic and reason gets destroyed, or their emotions get destroyed. To me, there's no challenge. There's absolutely no challenge at all. My girl's emotions make her crazy, makes her unreasonable, makes her nuts. And in order for us to stay together,
this is the first time listening for me.
We cannot both be emotional. We can't. It can't be like she's gonna be the Hulk anytime she decides to be, and I'm gonna run for my life because she's the Hulk. And then when she decides she's going to be Bruce Banner again, or if she's going to be the Lon Chaney or the Wolfman analogy. Okay, I'm getting ready to turn into the Wolfman. You better lock yourself in the house, and then you turn back into Lon Chaney, and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's like, yeah, but you still, as the Wolfman, you killed the whole village, motherfucker. So, what are we going to do now that you're Lon Chaney? You cut me and scratched me and bit me yesterday. Now today everything's fine. Nah, that's what I'm saying. What do you think? But if you look at it, man, that's why women are miserable. They got no men. They don't know how to get one. They don't know how to have one. They don't know how to keep one. But yet and still, they want to lead the way all the time. Whatever. I mean,
No, I know I know where you're coming from. I'm curious. You talked about the animal thing, and I've heard you talk about before, like bears and salmon and sharks. And it seems like a lot of your analogies.
The battle of ego.
You look at the animal kingdom, and I'm wondering, do you think we've got this concept of monogamy and one man with one woman for life, and you look at other animals that almost never happens. Do you think we're denying?
Well, because the animals are pure. Even murder for animals is pure. When you watch one of those antelope get killed by a cheetah, you feel bad for the antelope, but you can't. The cheetah's not a villain, and the antelope's not a hero. They just live life, and they live according to the rules of nature, right?
Right.
Now, but the reason, let's say, deer and wildebeest, they get killed all the time because they don't have any natural order. They don't have a natural enemy. So the reason that alligators get to eat wildebeest all the time is because wildebeest don't know that alligators are out to get them. They go alligator for alligator. So people, right? Here's what makes us different from animals. It's the idea of God and the devil. It's the idea of good and evil. It's the idea of right and wrong. It's the idea of karma. It's the idea of death is what makes us different than animals. So if you think purely as an animal, it's like it makes you a lesser being, to be honest. But some of the things we fight are not to be fought because, okay, if we submit, now if I'm not homosexual, if I'm a heterosexual person with a heterosexual woman, basically I have submitted to something that I believe has been set down by the cosmos. So if I'm attracted to a woman and a woman's attracted to me, then we have decided to live by a nature's law. Now, I'm not saying being homosexual is unnatural. I'm using a traditional man and woman scenario.
All right.
We have a lot more in common with
animals. I'm not saying, it's unnatural for him to be gay. I'm saying if you're using that, you submitted. And even if you're gay and you're sexual as a gay person, you're submitting to the trappings of sex. So even if you're not heterosexual, you're still submitting to your nature's amorous callings, man.
All right.
So you're submitting to something. So if you're going to submit to that, or you're going to submit to hunger, or you're going to submit to sadness, then there's some other things that we should submit to that could possibly make our lives better. And I'm telling you, trying to make this woman-man thing, this 50-50 shit, it makes everyone miserable. Because women are trying to obtain this respect that they're not going to get from men. Women are not going to elevate past their pussy no matter what they do on the front end. When I see a woman, I'm looking at that ass and them titties, and I'm like, man, I want to fuck her. Then it builds from there. Women are looking at, I wonder if he can take care of me. I wonder if he has the ability to take care. I wonder if he has the ability to have good sex with me. I wonder if he has the ability to protect me. It's nature. But we convoluted with the idea that we're so much better than animals, man. But the fact being, women feel way better being a woman. My girl feels way better when I pay for food. She feels way better when I drive. She feels way better when there's a problem and I handle it. she feels way better. And I feel way better when she looks good and she fucks good and she smiles good and she's witty and she doesn't cause me problems so that I could continue to be the man she wants me to be. Then it enables her to just relax and not try to fucking fight. Women are always trying to fucking be a dude. Why would you want to fucking fight? Why would you want to arm wrestle? Why would you want to be physically hit?
It sounds like you're saying 50-50 is 100-100. You know what I'm saying?
Like, what the fuck is wrong with them? Because they
You
know
gotta find you gotta be a good mix of both,
that
though, if you're a
men
guy.
are the shit. We really are.
So
We
No,
are the
you gotta
shit.
be a little bit of both.
So why
'cause you wanna
not
keep
have a
your girl,
harem?
too.
why not have a
I
butt?
would have a harem if I could.
Yeah, why can't you?
What the fuck? You wouldn't have a harem?
No, well, why can't you? What's stopping you?
Well, what's stopping me is that I need the help of women. Women have to be involved. Women have to see something and go, you know what? I have to realize that sharing a man is the way to go. For every woman to have a chance to be happy. Because if you look at the census, I mean, I'm pretty sure that women outnumber men. If you look at the census, and what happens is, how the fuck are all women going to have a chance to be happy? That means that they're playing some type of lottery. They're scratching lottery tickets. Every woman who is lucky enough to have, every woman who has a man, right, started off the same way. Started off a chick they just met, started off a chick that he was fucking, started off a chick that he was dating, started off a chick that he saw instead of 1 time a week, 2 times a week, then 3 times a week, then later moved in. It's a process, man. So that woman was lucky, but she forgets that she easily she used to be and could easily still be the chick that's sitting around that gets a visit at 3 a.m, gets fucked,
Coming through with wisdom.
you know, nigga uses a good
Remember
towel,
you said this.
and then he just leaves. You only 1 step from that bitch. But what did you do to obtain your husband or obtain your committed relationship? You didn't do nothing. You just waited, and you got lucky, and you got caught. So you should have respect for the women who ain't you. Because for real, I love my girl, man. I would never want to hurt her, but she knows how the fuck I'm going to look at. I would love to go through life and not look at other women, but it ain't the facts. I drive around, I go walk through the mall, I go in the city, and there's just delicious women walking around everywhere. What am I going to do? Say, I don't look at them because I'm in a happy relationship. That's fucking nonsense, and it's lying. It's fucking lying. Because love is, there's 1,000 ways. Women want to give away love, man. It's harder to get sex than it is to get love. All you got to do is date a woman for a little while, not sleep with her, say I love you, and then she's going to be with you. It's harder to get sex.
Well,
If I wanted love tomorrow, I can find it. I could just go, oh my God, look at you. I mean, here's my number. I want to just be with you, and she'll be enamored with that horse shit. But if you go, damn, I just want to see. I just want to look at your panty line, baby, because that's really what I want to do. I don't want to fucking be with you the rest of my life. I want to see your panty line. I want to see if you got hair on your cooch. I want to see your nipples. That shit is against the norm. That's horrid. The women who let you do that, they're prostitutes. Well, you got to pay for it. But if it wasn't a market for prostitution, it wouldn't be none.
Right. Well, speaking of,
Men just want to look at some titties. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you: if a guy came to you and he's like, "I want to be a pimp," how do I do it? What advice would you give him? What's the dynamic
I used to think being a pimp was amazing.
But
I realized something about what pimping is. See, what I don't want to do is be a pimp. I want more than one woman. And I want to love those women. I want to fucking hug a woman that needs to be hugged. I want to hug 4 women. There's nothing, see, the sex is what confuses it. See, if I have 4 sisters, I can love all my sisters because I'm not fucking them. But if I have 4 girlfriends or 4 wives, then I'm a creep or I'm a weirdo because I want to fuck my 4 wives. But I still can love those 4 women. If I was a gay guy and had 4 girlfriends and I love those 4 girlfriends, that's acceptable. But sex is what convolutes it. Because to women, sex means love and sex means commitment. You know, sex is the confusing part. See, I don't want to be a pimp because pimps. I realized what pimps were, because in my mind, a pimp was the only person that had the tools to make my idea work, and that's not true. You need the help of a woman, and pimps have the help of a woman. It's called his bottom bitch. It's his number one woman. But here's the issue: all women can be pimped, and I'm gonna tell you why. And this is why pimping is not attractive to me like it was when I was younger.
All right.
See, if you have a girl that loves you, she'll do anything for you. And what a pimp is a guy who abuses. He's a charming, witty, lovable guy. He is. Pimps are amazingly charming. And women fall in love with them, and they abuse women's love. Because, see, all the things you think a pimp is, smacking bitches and putting bitches on the street and what all this shit. You couldn't walk up to a chick in the middle of the street and say to her, "Hey, baby, sell some pussy, right? I'm going to leave, and when I come back, you better have all the money that you from selling pussy," or just smack a girl in the face. Bam! Hey, bitch. You know, it don't exist. The women, think about women who get hit by their men. They fucking love them. It's like, how can you let them do that? Oh no, I just love her.
Jesus
Christ. Or some chick, right? Instead of selling pussy, right? She works all day at a job, 9 to 5 plus overtime, and brings her money home and buys things and does things for a fucking bum that's sitting on her couch playing PlayStation. Because she loves him. So all it takes to be a pimp is be willing to abuse the love that your woman has for you. Pimps and hoes are love. So when you have a bottom bitch that loves you, you know, me and my girl would do threesomes sometimes. And what would happen is really it would be me being charming to the other chick, and then my girl kind of mentors her through the process of being with me. She goes, "Oh, he likes this and he likes that, and this is cool," and she cajoles her because it's like sisterhood. And then we both get together.
I think I do
and we
remember
all get together. And we have
like
a good time, but it's based on me and my girl loving each other, and then that girl loving us and loving what we are. And that's what pimps do. They got one girl who cajoles the rest of these girls into doing the right thing, and it's like, here's our man. And that girl convinces the other girl that your man is, or our man or her man is the coolest motherfucker that ever lived. And if a woman sees a guy that like can convince them to can convince her and then convince another woman to be with her and him, that's like it turns them on, because it's like, my man is making me think completely out the norm. That's what I mean. When you ask that first question, tricked into being a hoe, when you can make a girl go, holy shit, this motherfucker got me so in love that I'm willing to fuck another girl and be with another one. It turns her on. Then it turns the other girl on. That's what it is. It's charm. It's wittiness. But the thing is, to put a girl on the street to sell her pussy, the reason I couldn't do that is because I'm a man. Like, meaning I could never feel comfortable living off my girl's pussy. I want to take care of my girl. And if I do threesomes, really she's taking care of me. That's what I want. I don't want her to sell pussy because I want to take care of her. But I do want another woman. And I think most men do. It ain't a harem, but you got one girl, you see another, you would love to have your girl. If your girl's pretty, she's going to have pretty friends. So if you have your girl and another pretty girl and they love you, come on, man, that makes you feel better. That makes you work harder. That makes you live better. That makes you walk straighter. It does. It just makes you That's like having a mutant power, man. That makes you.
You gotta
better
pick
than the
apart
average
what he says.
fucking square bum walking around. Matter of fact, even if I'm not living this, talking about it out loud makes me be
He's
a
just being
little
honest.
more, powerful than the average square. Just even
Right.
talking about it.
In
Sure,
retrospect
sure.
of his life
Well-
too, we also on the show, PB there's people who argue against him to kind of even things out.
Let me ask you, like, how about then when you're viewing, your mother or I don't know if you have any sisters or anything like that? Does that color, when you're like, oh,
My mother is my mother. I love my mother, right?
mm-hmm.
But my mother was somebody else's bitch sometime, man. It is what it is. Your mother was your father's bitch sometime. It is what it is. You didn't come here on the store. Your daddy fucked your mama. And at one point, she wasn't always your mom. She was some bitch at the club or at the bar or waiting for the bus or at the taxi stand or at the donut shop. That's what the fuck everybody's mother was.
This shit is hardcore.
And how about the way she raises her son? Like, should she teach her son to respect women, or should she teach her what you're saying? Like, what?
But she can't teach her. She can't teach her son. That's why it's rough when a woman has to raise a child by herself, because she can't teach a man anything, really. What can she teach him? You love your mother anyway.
God, you guys need to watch The Deliverance. It's actually an all-right movie. It's heavily dramatized off of the original story that it was based upon, the Ammons family haunting in Gary, Indiana. They put race into it for some weird reason. It starts off good, but the end of it almost is a comedy, and I might play one scene off of that after this.
Mothers, right, that love their kids with such like painful passion that has nothing to do with respecting women or not. She puts you on the boob milk. Then she's putting you on oatmeal and apple juice. She nurses you, cares for you, fixes your cuts. That ain't got nothing to do with respecting women. That's your mother. That's two different things. Let me tell you something. Pussy and your mother are two different things, man. Your mother is an asshole. To you, she's the woman that raised you and cared and loved you, unconditionally. So it has nothing to do with respect for women, man. Getting your dick stuck ain't got nothing to do with your mother's laws.
Well, I know.
People always doing that goofy shit. Oh, you don't respect your mother? She's not a woman to me.
Yeah, fair enough.
My mother's my mother.
But I think what I mean
but
is,
she's a woman to somebody else.
But the way she's taught you to behave around women and to,
She doesn't taught me shit. She taught me how to respect adults and she didn't teach me how to behave in front of women. She told me to get your ass in there and take a shower, motherfucker. Brush your teeth, go to school. When you get home, don't eat this food.
All right, well then no, that's fair. That's son, don't pull a bitch's hair when you're fucking from behind. What are you fucking talking about? All right, fair enough. Let me ask you this: is there anything about women that you don't understand?
Yeah, I do. This sounds superficial, and I think, but this goes to the core of all the problems.
He did not have a father
If
figure.
I didn't want to sleep with it, like if a girl, how old are you?
37.
37. Okay. So if a beautiful woman, you meet a girl on a Friday, y'all talk to each other Friday night, y'all will go on a date Saturday, and then Sunday she goes, look, can I just give you some head? Most, 9 times out of 10, you go, why would you even ask? Like, yeah, please do. You enjoy that just on a level that you enjoy head and she wants to give it. I never could really understand how women get the offer of a favor. Because a lot of guys will go, I just want to eat your pussy, or I just want to kiss you, I want to suck your titty, I just want to hold you naked. And he wants to be really enjoyable and really it's very, very legitimate and very passionate and very genuine. And she might be attracted to the guy, but women somehow, sex, they can always be talked out of feeling good when it comes to sex. And I never understood why. I assume it's because they attach that to love, and maybe it's nature. I don't know, but I never understood why a woman won't feel good.
We are in
between
retrospect of Patrice's
husbands
life.
and boyfriends. They just won't feel good and not expect nothing out of it. Just feel good, like, because a guy wants to enjoy them. The concept is strange to me. Like, and I've never got a woman to truly go, here's why. And maybe it's just because everything that they are is very attached to sex, I guess. But they seem to be very, very miserable. And then they put it on us because we're very clear. Sex is on the left and life is on the right. And sex and life are two different things for men. You know, matter of fact, maybe sex is life. But for women, sex ain't life. It's life in sex. Men is sex in life. We love, like, you meet a girl and she likes you and you go, hey, let's mess around. And it's like, hey, we getting along and we cool. Let's just mess around. And it's like, well, I can't because I'm trying to concentrate on my life. It's like having no sex makes you concentrate. Like celibacy makes you a better person. Like not having sex fucks my concentration up. Like if I'm not having sex for long periods of time, I get crazy. I don't know why. I don't even know how to do math. Basic math. But a woman goes, I can't. But I think because if they're having sex with a guy, it makes them lose concentration because they're doing what they naturally want to do. Is let him do his thing, and they get to just be a girl.
I do not follow.
It is what it is.
Patrice's style per se.
They need to be girls.
But I do find some
comedic. They hate doing what we do. They hate being how we are, the way we are. We're naturally distant when it comes to sex. We're naturally distant. The thing that makes us closer is we get a girl that's so pretty. It's like, wow, she's so out of my league. I don't want to lose her. Then we get attached in a possessive way. But we don't get attached like, oh, my dick has a connection with her vagina. It's just like we want to stick it in something. It is what it is.
And it has that balance, that sex life balance for you? Has it changed as you've gotten older? Has it evolved? Has your desires shifted at all? It's always been the same?
Well, yes, it has, because I'm with a woman that, I she loves me enough, because you start to think of death, you start to think of mortality, you start to think of a person that you want to make sure is okay when you're not here. You start to think of a person that, in case you're down and out, she's going to hold down the fort for both of you, and she loves you. If you go to jail for a couple of years, she's going to be there for you.
You got to find the right one. I know it's easier said than done.
Of love,
I personally would never do no shit like that. But
a trusted ally.
I wouldn't write
like if you look, when you first meet a woman and it's a pussy pie. And when you first meet a woman, the whole pie is made up of pussy. If it's a pie, sex is the whole pie. It's trying to get it and having it is the entire pie. Then as you move along, you get closer to this person, sex becomes a way smaller piece of the pie.
It's good. That's when the union starts forming.
Sex becomes a slice of the pie, maybe two slices. But there's a lot of other things that make up the pie as you grow together. You trust her. You love how much she loves you. You love that she's a good person, and you love that she loves you. You love it. It's just you're into this woman as a joint partner in how you want to do things, man. It's good to trust a woman. When she's there for you. It's good to be able to get some pussy, anytime you want. I mean, I realize sometimes I go on the road and I don't fuck around on my girl, you know, and I'm you know, my conscience is clear, my life is clear, everything's good, and I don't see her for a couple of weeks. I get back, man, her pussy's brand new, man. Ass is new, pussy new, titties new. I just fought through that, didn't jerk off, and you go, oh, okay, this is what it takes, because she's not new anymore, but you got to figure out how to make her new. I mean, threesome sometimes makes everything new, because you get that thing out, and then you really are into the fact that you have a girl that'll let you mess with another girl, and you like, damn, that feels good, you know, because she knows that I need a little something, and she let that happen without, you know, with relative ease, and you go, man, you don't love this other chick, you love your girl. You go, oh, thank God she let me do that, and what a trooper. And then you love her more because of that. You know, you love her more because she's doing what you need to be happy. It's basically she's selling you what you need, and again, all the demands that are set for us, it's a lot more than that's set for them. So when you set a demand for us, you know, we got to be happy to give them their demands. They just have a lot of wants and needs, and I got to be on top of my game to give her those wants and needs. So it takes a little bit of happiness. And really, what do men need though? I mean, if you look at what men need, and then you look at what happens when men fuck up the relationship, it's usually he cheated. So all women have to do is to come off this traditional third world or prehistoric ideas about monogamy and commitment, and look at what we need and look at what we are. Look at. First of all, see, cheating has always seemed to be some shit that pieces of shit guys do, low level doggy bums.
Right.
And look who's getting caught cheating. Look who's getting caught cheating in the last 4 years. Look at the names, the list of high level dudes who get caught doing scumbag shit in an alleyway with a dirty ass waitress, and he's a billionaire. That tells you something. That tells you something interesting. And women refuse to submit to our issues. But we always submitting to theirs. You know, we don't have periods every month, but we fucking have a feeling like we wanna get some side booty, and most men do, and they won't submit. But we submit to the fact they bleed every month, but with no problem, because it's a visual proof of their issues.
Well,
see, we don't have no visual proof of our issues.
Isn't it that we do allow it in our society? We just lie about it. I mean, doesn't everyone really know that this is going on?
Yeah, because we lie about it. We have to.
But
we have to.
And I think women lie about it too.
When people listen to this, I'm an asshole. When people listen to this shit, I'm gonna be an asshole to most people. But I'm not saying anything that's wrong.
Don't you think on some level most people know there's some element of truth to it though? Especially
I wouldn't want to have a
truth hurts, man.
Yeah.
The fucking truth hurts. Look,
that's the difference between I'm not into freaky sex. I wouldn't be into having no threesome with no chicks. I love my woman. I ain't trying to do no shit like that. I don't eat booty. I don't eat poo-tang. You know what I'm saying? That's not my style. I'm not into freaky sex. I'm just into regular, sex with the person I'm with. Not just casually going around having sex. However, at one point in my time, I was a little wild. I fucked a lot of bitches, but that had its time and its place. And now, and it's not, the terminology he uses is one of the streets, but I can respect it. It's something, it's nothing I would, use to speak of women now. And I think he's speaking just from his perspective, but
the medicine is interesting. if you have a cold, there's two kind of medicines you can take. You can take cherry flavored Robitussin, or you can take Buckley's. Okay, and if you've ever had Buckley's, you would think that Buckley's was poison. You would think you took a shot of poison. It's so horrid, but you feel better tomorrow. Cherry flavored Robitussin might take you 3 days. So I could give it to you in cherry flavored Robitussin, but if I give it to you in Buckley's, you'd be fine right after. You'd be fine right now. You'll start to feel better because you know that here it is in your face. But if I give it to you with a little cherry in it, then you're like, okay, and then you can feel better, but you really won't get better. It'll just taste better.
Mhm.
So the fact is, we know, and women know. Women know. That's why they're so mad, because they really hate the truth. The truth is they sit down to pee, man. That's it.
All right. Great suggestion, brother. Now we're about to move on to episode 5 of Black Phillip Show, but first I'm going to show you guys this. This is not going to spoil the movie for y'all, but just to take a take a listen to this. This is from The Deliverance.
I can smell your nappy pussy.
Oh wait, one more time.
I can smell your nappy pussy.
Oh man, go to YouTube, Donna Summer Live.
There we go, episode 5.
And and this song ain't saying shit. She just look what it makes girls do. Look at it, look at those soggy tits moving. Look at that. Them motherfuckers is almost
Yes, ma'am.
firm now. She got the sweat patch under her sweater. See what this song does? Go to YouTube and watch this. If you don't want to fuck when you hear this song, you are either retarded or gay, and you don't need music to fuck. You're just horny, or you're an asshole. Oh, and she's just pumping in and out. No disrespect to Barry White, just I feel like little Donna Summer. When she was young and delicious. Your hair looks a little Donna Summer.
I'm a little Donna Summer tonight.
In case y'all wasn't here on the last one, there was a chick named Kathleen who co-hosted with the female host for a couple episodes, but she left, and now they got Karen, I think.
That's why I thought it was a good idea for the theme song.
I bet her titties are sweating underneath. Karen looks like her titties get hot. I fucking love this song. I can hear this whole fucking thing. Oh, man. Well, all right, Bill. I guess we got to get it going, man. I can just listen to this song all fucking day. Welcome to the Black Phillip Show. I am not Black Phillip. That is the name of the show. And I apologize, everybody who's fucking stuck. When was the last time we was on a fucking month ago, Danny?
About that.
And I apologize. I do apologize, but I got fucking what you would call it's like a pseudo career. I do run around from time to time. I wish I could be here more often for you folks. I know you're dealing with. First of all, I know you need us this week because it's soon to be that horseshit holiday.
It is not.
That you got to deal with. Hold on, can I introduce you, Rambunctious? But she got big titties though. God damn, titties are fucking humongous. Ladies and gentlemen, listen before we get it. Those who've heard the fucking show before know what this is. This is the Black Phillip Show, and basically I'm Patrice O'Neal. Some people call Black Phillip, but it's the show. It's an advice show if you're having a little trouble with your bitch. And to be honest, if you're having trouble with your boyfriends too, which ends up really coming back to
What up?
What up?
What you got going on, player? We'll do a little talk real quick before we get back on that. This I'm in retrospect of Patrice's life because he did pass away, I think, around this time. But This dude is hilarious, but it causes I love all the ladies that watch us, but it definitely causes like it'll be funny to see all the dudes laughing and like being like, "Holy shit, this shit is funny," but then the chicks are like, "Fuck this guy!" Like,
Hey, it'd be like that sometimes.
yeah, dude, and it's all retrospect, you know. It's all I this shit yeah, this is definitely fun. What you been up to, Pimp?
Shit, cleaning. Getting. Can you hear me? Am I good? 5x5. I'm on the phone because my hotspot was due today, but I went out and bought a whole bunch of tools, so I don't have internet for a minute.
Type of shit.
But I pulled the size of my my grow room, built a pantry. I got some mowing done, and I got a big chunk of my water line set up. Now I got to clamp them and put them in place. But that'll be a tomorrow project.
What up, Lady Smith? Yeah. The you see, you got a sounds like you got like a little bit of a list going on before winter comes, huh?
I'm getting ready for the revolution, brother. What you talking about?
Yeah, dude. I need to get more prepped, dude. My garden failed this year. I'm currently. I need to try to get my stockpile up higher. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah, this shit. I feel like I only got 2 months, really.
What are we? Chat. What up, chat? I can't see.
What up, Michigan? We got Lady Smith. We got G-Mon Nana. We got Michigan Outpost. We got a new listener, a new buddy, a new Pimp Federation member, Just Takina. We've been calling him JT. He's been taking notes from Patrice, from the Patrice thing. And I'm just saying, everything Patrice says like is obviously not shit you take 100% like to belief, but take bits and pieces of it, kind of like Tate, kind of like anybody we listen to.
Yeah, he was kind of the first originator of fucking that whole trend that's going on now. I don't know what they call it. Whatever
Red
pill it
pill.
is. Yeah, the MGTOW shit and all that fucking that kind of stuff. What is it? Fresh and Fit or whatever.
Yeah.
Kind of shit. Which was the first one to do any of that kind of shit. That was what? That was early 2000s.
Close to 20 years ago, Pimp. It was this episode that we listened to now is from 2007. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so I was thinking, I was like, damn, 2006, 2007. I was like, probably I was like 15 or 14 or some shit listening to that shit. Maybe even 12 or 13. Well, I didn't discover his show until I was kind of in my 20s. But
yeah, before you got to experience his greatness, wasn't he?
Yeah, dude, he died in 2010, I think, or 2011. So I wasn't. I was definitely, that was back in my younger, in my young time of not having anything and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I found him because Dave Attell and Colin Quinn and all them motherfuckers, Greg Gerardo, all them 90s comics.
Oh yeah, that Tough Crowd crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Let's get this. Let's get this rolling. Let's listen up. We'll pause. I'm gonna go take a leak real quick. Mystery Space Theater. It.
I'll go ahead and chat on. So let me see what y'all are talking about.
Yeah, get up on that chat. Let me see. I'll be right back, player.
With a bitch, because that's redundant. Bitches don't have trouble with guys. We have one problem. We like to fuck strange. Get over it. I mean, it is. I'll explain it to you. It's very easy. We like strange pussy. But basically we're trying to help fellas get through this nonsense, man. You understand? So let me introduce you to my co-host here, Mr. Dante Reginald Nero, good friend of mine, comedian extraordinaire.
I don't know about that.
Big tattooed up nigga. Bitches love him. Ex-pimp, ex-stripper,
all that.
Ex-husband, all that. Nigga, just a lot of exes. It's a rap. Just keeping around just for
pussy.
Yeah, keeping around for some ass, some ex-wife ass, and some
side ass.
And for financial reasons and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, get
Also joining us is the lovely Drew Boogie, who comes in because he's an undercover woman hater. So he lives through me because Drew Boogie, he's one of these nice guys who fucking live vicariously through assholes and go, yeah, get him. So I get shot in the head, but he goes, oh yeah, you know, Patrice awful. Went too far there. It's just awful.
Absolutely not.
And we have the lovely Danny and Billy here from the O&A show helping us out, man, who I love. Let me give you the phone number really quick, and then we're going to introduce you to someone special.
Aww.
Okay, now hold on a second. The number is 866. Wait a minute. Niggas is already calling because they know I don't because I don't get to call this.
Are you there still, buddy?
Yeah. Am I? If I got the comments on, I can't see the deal. You know what I mean?
We do our little we do the whole project thing. We do our little projects and shit. And now you know, it's just starting off. A lot of the shit this dude says is fucking.
Wait for us to come on. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm gonna get some more calls. I swear on my soul.
You say that every
This motherfucker that's already been waiting for 5 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm the most not getting to a call, over talking motherfucker I've ever heard.
Funny, right?
Huh?
Like, obviously, you got to take what he says with a grain of salt because it's mixed with comedy.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't telling us that that's a lie. The sad thing is that, like, I feel sorry for my son. Like I said, he's 19, and the little world he's got to fucking go through to find a good art is fucking ridiculous. All the chicks want to be. That's the problem. See, 90% of the girls that I'm seeing on the street nowadays, they want to be a fucking man. Want to yell like a man. They want to fucking cause, you know what I mean, drama like a fucking man. But then at the same time, it's like, hey, there's that whole don't put your hands on a woman kind of thing. I get that. I say don't beat a woman, but I don't give a damn who you are. You put your hands on me, I'll put my hands back on you. It's the whole society. I think it's caused us to have all these jazz bitches around here. I think they're the fuck alpha.
And they're so used to being taught that it is okay for them to since they're like little kids, they're taught they can do whatever they want to. Like everybody's got to do what they say. Everybody's got to bow before their will, or you're a princess, blah blah blah, kind of shit like that. And then like horrible shit happens. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they want to be like we're everybody. We're everybody else. But you got to treat us special and hold the door open for us and shit and do all this shit and fucking.
Hey, that's why it's sad. Like I know there's still virgins out there. It's gonna be like winning the fucking lottery though.
Yeah. A post-apocalypse.
A couple chicks back that my son was messing with, like she didn't even know how to make hot dogs. You know what I mean? Like literally boil water, drop a hot dog in it. She did not understand. She couldn't comprehend the whole thing. She would literally boil the water out before the hot dog was even cooked, like that kind of shit. Just incompetent. But why do they need to learn how to cook? There's a McDonald's and a fucking Sonic right there, and all this shit. This country sucked.
Yeah, I wonder what he would think about shit like that. I feel it was still going on back then, but not like in the way it is today. You know what I'm saying? I feel like about 20 years ago, 30 years ago is whenever it really started happening. But I feel like today it's kind of like really ramped up.
In the 90s, like it might have happened before the 90s, but in the 90s is when I was a teenager. But there was still, there was a lot of butch bitches. Like I've knuckled up with some big ass bull dykes, bigger than me back in the day. So like I know there's chicks out there that want to do that alpha shit, but as common as it is today, you know what I mean? Like you could still find modesty in chicks who want to homemakers in the 90s when I was a teenager. Nowadays, it's kind of like scary out there.
Yeah, and if they do want to settle down and be a homemaker, you have to run the risk of fucking like 5 or 6, 7 kids with them, and fucking like like whenever she's already been it's like kind of like the shit with like and a woman who's been through that much shit, I feel like anybody that's been through that much shit, but I feel like a woman who's been through a lot of shit like that and been through had partners like that, she's gonna be like a little fucked up in the head, I feel like, because of it. And that's and you add the male, like the urge, the penis envy, like masculinity urge that has been added, as Freud would say, to today's women. And it's not all of them, of course, but it's
They think equality means the same role. That's the problem. A lot of these nowadays, oh, we're just the same as men. We're equal to men. They think that means everything, personality-wise, strength-wise, common sense-wise, logic-wise. You know what I mean? There's nobody's telling there's you're a girl, go do girl shit. You're a boy, go do boy shit. There has to be a fucking distinction. That's why we got all these training. No, I mean I don't know if you're old enough to have it happen, but back in the day, if we were playing with like a doll or some shit, one of the aunts or uncles would come, put that shit down. Go get a truck. You know what I mean? Like that kind of shit. Like all that shit used to happen back in the day. Now it's like, oh, he wants to play with the pink Barbie and all this. You know what I mean? It's kind of, you know what I mean? It's too encouraged. There's no division. I think a lot of it, females trying to tell men how to feel. Like I get it, single mom. At the end of the day, a single woman out there is ever going to teach the standard of a man in the house. That's just facts.
And if they do, like, they'll either be too weak, and this is not all, but I feel like this though, like sometimes in a lot of communities like that might be like not as well off, like you're more like rural or your inner city communities where it's single. They have to be, those mothers have to be like, since they're more violent, I feel like, and treat the kids more like fucking like, listen to me, motherfucker ass, and blah blah blah, slap them and say what the fuck you say, kind of stuff. And those kids are growing up with that, and like, dude, I don't know if that's good for a child. You know what I'm saying? But like the mother has been put in the position by because now why the man is not staying there. And I don't know, like it's just like, seems like a story I hear too much about.
It's like, even if you go and look at same-sex couples in domestic violence cases, and if you look at the entire spectrum altogether, straight, man, woman, man, woman, the women are by far the most violent out of anybody. So that's why it kind of comes to like I know domestic abuse happens. There's a couple bitches that live out here in the woods who do that shit.
Be like, damn, you bit my pussy, and they start fighting. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
But I think the numbers are skewed. One, because most men are not going to report that. You know what I mean? Hey, this just punched me in the fucking in the nose or something, right? And that happens all the fucking time. So it's kind of like the stigma of, oh, you don't want to be a woman beater. You can't, you're not even supposed to defend yourself, along with everything else that's been going on in culture. Oh, you don't defend yourself. Just let that happen. You know what I mean? They're pushing it down. And then with that, the chivalry shit, where it's like, oh no, I'm just sitting here and taking ass whooping and let this toxic bitch just keep being toxic, when it's just like a kid. As long as it's not out of anger, and as long as there's an explanation when things are calmed down, you know what I mean? You put somebody on their fucking ass. Sometimes that's what it takes. I am pro ass whooping, but I am anti abuse. Does that make sense?
It's like being mean. It's like you wouldn't just like beat the shit out of your kids, like you goddamn motherfucker, and start slapping them around and shit like that, you know. But if they're acting up and they ain't listening, you know, you're gonna have to be like, all right, good, you want to get spanked, and they're acting bad, you're gonna just whoop that ass, you know. But you know, and it's honestly, in a post-apocalyptic society, it is definitely you know, I feel like it's going to be for the best interest of the whole household to have a strong man and for everybody to listen to him. You know, and that's hence why these more archaic practices of discipline, physical discipline, might seem insane, but you're going to want to, you know, eliminate the whining. You're going to want to
Years. You know what I mean? Like, what can you improve? Mankind has literally been doing this shit for however long you think the world has been here. That's how long mankind has been doing it. We're civilized now doesn't mean it's away. We see what being civilized gets us, a bunch of entitled little sons of bitches who ain't worth shit. You know what I mean? How many kids do you see every day walking around town and you're like, oh, you ain't never had an ass whooping? You know what I mean? You're trying to be too civil and too fucking cultured to be above this violence and just let people be who they are. Fuck free spirit. You see the societal norm, or you get shamed, you get put on your ass, everyone's going to work. And since shame is no longer anymore, really the only option is to put a fucker on the ass. It's like, yeah, you're not untouchable. You know what I mean? I mean, you see it with all these half-naked little fucking hookers on TikTok and fucking all these other little deals. They think their body's their worth. Like you're a trash girl, and the only remember y'all ever seen the movie McClintock with John Wayne? At the
I've seen the thumbnail.
After the end of the race, at the end he chases his wife, I think it's Catherine O'Hara, chases her around town, little, fireplace shovel, pins her over her knee, and paddles her fucking ass right in front of everybody. Whole cheers. That's when America was great. You know what I mean?
Fuck yeah, dude. And that's when the shit was. We were pioneering adventures, kicking ass, fucking taking names, asking questions, fucking later. And you know, as far as that whole style goes, though, that's, you know, that wasn't even as barbaric as other cultures at that time were treating their women back in the 1870s and 1880s. You know, they would, whenever if you was a rich guy and you died, they would burn your wife alive with you over in India. A badass fucking, I forgot his name. He was a true legendary gangster. He was the British, he was like the British leader of this area of India, and he said, well, if you guys, he's like, this is our culture, we burn women whenever their husband dies. And he said, dude, this is my culture, we kill motherfuckers that burn women. And then they stopped. Yeah.
That's craziness.
Yeah, and yeah, but in the West, like in our Western society, you know, women were starting to, you know, and I believe, you know, that they are not to be, you know, we are all treat everybody the same, but you know, I feel like honestly, yeah, what you're saying is right, dude. You know, you know, everything you have your family life going on, and if the woman is giving you crazy ass shit like that, dude, like, you know, like ideally, you know, she needs to stop, dude. If a woman like hits you, or like, let's say a chick like hits you with a hammer or a baseball bat or some shit, you know, dude, then it's like, then it's like the fucking, it's crazy, you know, it's going insane.
So say if it comes down to a certain point, is if, I mean, even every female, my
Are you reading the shit? My bad. We had a lot of shit going on in chat.
put up the real whatever.
This is the Wiz MTG. This is one of my Magic the Gathering brothers.
Ah, what up? I went squirrel on the chat.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, dude.
Yeah. The problem is, yeah, men are on a pedestal. Men should be on a pedestal without a fucking down. If you're a man shit, you should be on a pedestal. But the same thing, if you're a woman and doing what you're supposed to be doing as a wife or as a lady, not some fucking little hooker, then yeah, you get a stool also. The only difference is you can't get on my pedestal and I can't on yours. We're the same height. It's mine and it's yours. And that's the fucking distinction. A lot of these bitches think that they can climb up on the pedestal when it's like, no, your happy life is on that side. Go do that shit. Go be a fucking woman. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Find the fulfillment in just that.
Like they want to do everything. Like, well, how come? Like, you know, how they're trying to push for the popularity of the women's sports leagues. But if they truly wanted equality, how come they're not pushing to have women and men mixed football teams and shit? You know what I'm saying? Like,
and it's the same kind of thing. Like, I know everybody's come across them psycho bitches, especially the I mean, a lot of it's back in the day, younger days. The bitches will throw out, I'll be with you anymore. Like, you break up with a chick, like, I'm just go hang out with them. I fuck you no more. They'll get, oh, you're gay. You're for the home. You're talking about it. And turn into like, you don't want me, so you must be gay.
Mm-hmm.
But then a lot of that is, no, I don't want to be gay. That's why I don't want to be with you, because you're trying to be a man. You know what I mean? Just because you got lady parts, you're still trying to be a man. The whole persona, the attitude, everything. It's, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they and the dynamic, it's definitely gotten got kind of twisted, right? You know, the whole they
It's a full role reversal.
yeah, because like, what is a you know, I mean, we pretty much described what all a man and what all a woman is. I feel like in between, you know, but I feel like you know, to go back, the only way it could ever go back to that way is a complete flip of our society, the way we run it, and our governance. And to answer a question Wiz asked, he said, what do you think it's going to be like after the election? To me, I'm going to stand on this. I've been coming up with this thought. I believe that we don't even need an election, dude. United States needs a dictator or a king. That's what I think. Fuck it. I think we need a dictator or a king, because look how fucked up we are.
I think we need secession or balkanization.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, splitting us up. You know, I feel like, honestly, my little area would be a good little area. I know, but even in like the little, to balkanize like this, the Appalachian area would be kind of weird, because West Virginia and North Carolina are pretty liberal, but then you got Kentucky and Tennessee conservative.
Well, you
So
figure if you were to divide the states up and make America, continental United States, look like fucking Africa, right?
mm-hmm.
You'd figure you'd separate it by mountainous regions, but still try to stay along the current lines as much as possible. Like the Rockies would be their own kind of thing, kind of like the Switzerland. You know what I mean? The Appalachians, the Ozarks, the Blue Mountains up in Pennsylvania. You know what I mean? A lot of stuff will get separated like that.
Now, what about the cities, though?
I think cities are going to turn into city states, and they will be the capitals.
I agree. Now, what did you say before that?
I have no idea.
So now, and I feel like I've been studying on the Civil War. Apparently the South only went up north. They only did an invasionary battle once. The rest of it was them holding territory. And you know, but after them going up that one time, though, kind of like put everything, like ruined everything for them, though. If they would have just stayed there the whole time and stood their ground, because there was but for the longest time, and they called it the War of Northern Aggression in the South, but the North, they called it the Civil War.
Yeah, because they wouldn't let them secede, and they're like, no, you're staying part of the Union. Slavery was a part of it, but the
It was states' rights. It was over states' rights, but over states' rights to own slaves too. Was
They went through. They opposed getting rid of the slaves. Obviously, they went through the legal process of secession, saying, "No, we don't want to be a part of the original 15 anymore." Once it went through legally and wasn't accepted, that's when the actual fight started.
Yeah,
So
and they
just hold their own spot. Like, don't try to invade anybody. Just hold your shit and create a border and live within that border. That's it. Don't try to take more than what's yours. Don't try to be fucking greedy. Create your lines and hold the fucking line. You know what I mean?
And see, they had the South. Ideally, they had all the best generals. The Union didn't have any good general. They had Custer and they had Grant were like the two best generals they had, and they had Sherman. But even these guys, all three had controversies. But all the South's generals are honorable dudes. They didn't have like bad history connected to them necessarily. They at the first battle of Bull Run, they had civilians showed up to it because they thought it was gonna be a quick skirmish. The Union was gonna wipe up the South pretty quickly, and it turned into a pretty bloody battle. And that wasn't ever Stonewall Jackson. Just Stonewall Jackson got his name. He just stood there commanding and taking orders like bullets are flying by his fucking head. Stonewall Jackson, real quick.
Because that was the first time that the nation actually tried to officially secede and create something else.
Yeah, and they invaded Fort Sumter got taken over, I think, too.
And that would be so that would be the only example, if because there's 7 states who are officially in the courts trying to push secession for their state. So is secession the steps to officially declaring a civil war? I mean, if you look at it,
See, like, we'd have to have like we'd have to like rely on like commanders from military and generals and just a lot of the people from military and police we'd have to hope that they would be down for their home state and not for the federal government. You feel me?
Right.
Like they like and that was one of the big and thing about that too in the Civil War, Tennessee, Kentucky, places like that, we had instances where fathers and brothers and uncles and sons would meet each other on the battlefield.
What were the stats on the Civil War as far as how many people actually participated from inside? I know everybody's saying, "Oh, 3%, 3%," but that was the Revolutionary War. So those, you know what I mean? That has nothing to that's invading force.
Well, so, shit, dude.
Anybody chat know the stats on the Civil War? How many people actually fought on both sides?
I happen to know offhand, kind of slightly, how many people fucking did it. It was like 6. So I think the South filled it close to 8 million altogether at one point, and the North had access to 16 million. Because they had Irish and Italian and German immigrants coming in off the boats, and they'd be giving them guns.
There was a draft, right? The Civil War, there was a draft in New York, right?
Yes, both sides had drafts, but you could get off of the draft if you paid. You could pay somebody else to go in your place, kind of situation. But yeah,
what was the total population at that time? Like, how many people? Was it 20%? 30% of the overall population that actually participated? You know what I mean?
Let's see. But I think that you had about 60 to 70,000 deaths in the Civil War, and that is the most Americans. That's from both sides.
Because I know San Francisco was established at that time, right?
Yeah, California was entered kind of late into the game. California entered kind of late into the game. 620,000 people died in it. I stand corrected. I'll show you these stats real quick. A lot of powerful like characters. Hold up, Roman Prepper. A lot of like insane individuals fought in this. Like it was a lot. 3 million men fought in the war, but they had reserves on both sides. But the South,
What
they were.
what was the total population of America at that time?
Let me see.
Because you would assume Nevada, California, Montana, the Pacific Northwest, none of those would have been affected by it at all. Because what it pretty much capped
31.
out.
So what's 8 million? What percentage of 31 million is 8 million?
Uh, 32.
So
Roughly a third, right?
oh, I didn't. For some reason, it showed up the whites population of the United States in 1860. I didn't. I just looking up the general population of it.
It'd be about a quarter, right? What
Yeah,
did you say?
there was
Population 31 million.
yes, 31 million, close to 32 million. Yeah, 31,443,000.
And then 8 million were in the actual war itself.
8 million were in it, and 620,000 died.
Those
Let me
really
look
aren't
up.
impressive numbers. Am I a dick to say that? But like those aren't really impressive numbers. I don't know why.
But if they would have had like modern weaponry, dude, if they would have had like like really powerful mortars and automatic machine guns and like chemicals and shit, dude. I don't know if they'd use chemicals, because they were kind of. I was trying to see. So basically, it went from 31,443,000 to below 30 million after the Civil War. And there was instances where chicks would get pregnant during the Civil War. They'd claim that a soldier got shot in his balls and it passed through, like, and some sperm got on it and it got inside of her womb, and she'd say she got shot. There are documented cases of, but she really just fucked the soldier.
There's been crazy bitches since the beginning of time.
And it all circles back to that. It all circles back to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm pretty sure that might have something to do with the Civil War. I mean, I'm sure that could have been one of the many points of the Civil War. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. See, World War I, we entered kind of late in the game. What up, fish sticks? That whole story, the U.S. We were trying to really be isolationist up to that point. The Civil War kind of put a bad taste for war in our mouth, I feel like, after all that. But it also made us feel like we could kick ass and do anything we wanted. That's whenever all the cowboy shit started happening.
But that was also our first time as an ally on the world stage like that too. You got to be kind of apprehensive about that. You know what I mean? You can't go into that and hey, we're about to be back-to-back World War champs. This is the first time. Like, oh fuck, we gotta go. You know what I mean? You've never sent overseas and all that shit before. That was like a big fucking test. So I can see why they'd be hesitant.
And I don't think that they probably didn't back in the day they probably didn't think what up point fire, they probably didn't think that the U.S. was going to become what it is today. You know, they probably didn't think it was going to become the powerhouse industrial fucking machine. You know, and the cultural.
I think some people did.
Yeah. That's hence connected to the military industrial complex, dude. I've been studying about the U.S. presidents quite a bit lately, and it's interesting how they're all connected at some point, and even the vice presidents as well. Yeah, dude, that shit was definitely kind of weird. A lot of these, it's like I was noticing a lot of the like half of them were badasses, like men, like John Wayne type of dudes. And
okay, I went squirrel on these crazy little blow your mind facts videos the other day. Do your own research. I'm going to get the numbers wrong because I've been smoking. But it was basically if you start from right now, all the way back through human history, total on the entire planet, there's only been roughly 1 trillion people living and dead. Total. You figure there's what 8 billion right now. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like, okay, but then if you look back and you say, if a woman had a child every 25 years, you know what I mean? The generation, boom, 25 had a baby. It's only 450 generations, technically, way back at me. It's crazy the small numbers. I'm not doing it. Just go check it out. It's fucking crazy. That shit'll blow your mind. How insignificant time is when you actually start looking back. Like, oh damn, that's I mean that's not a lot of people, and that's not a lot of time, honestly. So I'm surprised that a lot of these people are related, especially I mean, if we came from England, so there's going to be you know a lot from the region, a lot of people back in like the Irish, the wedding night, the Duke or the Lord, whatever, gets to come and consummate your marriage for you, like that kind of shit.
Fuck yeah.
There's probably a lot of rape babies out there, just like Genghis Khan. You can find what 20% of the world's population has a bit of Genghis Khan DNA in it. This history is riddled with rape babies.
Dude, and the shit, you want to hear something else that's crazy as fuck too? Connect like how history is. The 4th president of the United States, James Tyler, or is that what the fuck is this dude's name? I was gonna say James Taylor. John Tyler. Fucking he has a grandson that's still alive. And this guy, the 4th president is born in 1790, but his grandson is still alive. Because he was like 80 years old and he had his son. And then this guy's dad was 93 when he had his son.
Right, like Abraham Lincoln still got it's his grandpa's grandpa or his grandpa's dad. It's one of the two, but he looks fucking side by side. If you blacked and white him, he could, you know what I mean, like fucking Photoshop. It's crazy.
And maybe it's because they were like continued to express their male dominant masculinity and have sex their whole lives and shit, possibly. You know what I'm saying? Like Picasso, you know what I mean? He was like 100 years old painting like this, and he had like a 26-year-old chick next to him and shit. Like, and yeah, that's crazy, dude. Like being they seem like they're a young dude though. Still, a lot of these guys, you know. But they connect going back.
If you look
Hell
back,
no.
some of it's only like 100, 150 years. Like America is only 250 years old. Like that's not that fucking long. If you looked at my grandma and my granddad were in their 90s when they died. So it's like literally 2 lifespans ago. This country was still getting fucking scalped if you went to the wrong fucking prairie. You know what I mean? Like it's not that fucking long ago.
Yeah, dude.
It's a fucking too far. We've only been, this modern shit is only like 20, 30 years old, and it's already made us for everything that we've actually gone through.
Hence why we need a king or a dictator so we can get back to tradition. I feel like all this like voting shit.
Hence, we need that fucking that separation. We need a national divorce.
It's got to be something everybody can agree on. Then that would, I feel like, be like the hard part. Was getting everybody to come together on something they would agree. Like so that way a war doesn't break out between the people who have opposing ideologies. You know what I'm saying? Got to find a way to.
It's simple as making states choose. You know what I mean? Like that is fuck you. I don't want to be a part of California shit. Then California asked out. They don't get Nevada. You know, one of those kind of situations. Let the fucking people decide where they want to go. If it ends in some kind of revolution or civil war, so be it. But the people need to decide where the lines are drawn, whether by force or by vote. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. No. The to get to that point though, it's gonna have to be where like people cannot agree on anything, and they're and it's just like I don't know, it's gonna pop off like that because I feel like, oh no, for instance, I used to always think New York City was a piece of shit and a place that is like horrible, and I'm gonna get mugged there, my family's gonna get murdered and eaten alive, and I went there and it was actually not that bad. The people were kind of rude in my opinion, but it wasn't that bad. You know what I'm saying? Hence, like we might be given these expectations that we have these preconceived notions that something's going to be the way it is because of that.
In the defense of New York being a shithole, you went to places that were supposed to be nice. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah,
part
as
of
a
New York,
Manhattan.
you know what I mean? Like, so what you seen was the good part. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely did not go to the seedy underbelly of. I didn't go to like fucking. I know I probably could have gone to Chinatown and all that shit. That would have been cool. But places like it's like I don't want to like name off the bad places and sound like, oh, he's saying that place. But you know what I mean? Like, it yeah, it did smell like piss though when I was walking through Central Park. This one place smelled like piss, and I had to guide my family away from that spot. I said, oh, we had to
Right. Fuck around
go
and catch
this way.
hepatitis. Park
Yeah,
bench.
fuck yeah, that shit. No.
Yeah, but I don't. As far as I know, back to the original question, as far as the going to happen in the election, I don't know. It could get 50-50 right now, in my mind. Like, I'm Trump all day long, but hey, history shows us that the good guy doesn't always win. So, I'm 50-50.
See, and the whole good guy, bad guy situation, as far as history goes, can be looked at objectively too, as well. Because the people I do not look at the Confederates like bad guys. I don't agree with like I don't agree with a lot of the shit a lot of the people was doing. However, that is history. Hence, the Union winning and slavery was something that, like, in our society that we have, a modern society of a modern society of almost of intellectual mindedness. It's You're not gonna want to be like owning someone else. You're not gonna want to be discriminating on people because that's gonna keep you back from advancing as a species. But I
Because I
think
mean, if it was just strictly about slavery, they could have just went in and be like, no, we're not doing this slavery shit, and liberated everybody by force. They boom, done deal. You know what I mean? It was no, we don't want you to separate. We need this whole system to stay together kind of thing.
Yeah, the South didn't. I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother. They did not like when Lincoln became president either. The South. It's like when he became president, like 4 or 5 states immediately withdrew from the Union. I don't know who the first one was. I think it was Alabama, but they yeah, that was definitely it's how Stonewall Jackson died. Fucking from friendly fire. He was coming back at night. He was scouting out an enemy encampment, and one of the Confederates was like, "Stop! Stop right there!" And he just kept going, and they shot him. He didn't get in trouble. The guy, it was an accident, but he's probably like, "I done shot our general." I could, but he was helping them win. They was winning a lot of battles. However, interesting fact about this Civil War, as Lee and Grant were about to face off at their final battle, I think it was that I don't want to say it was Gettysburg. I should know. It's too much information to try to keep in my head. Before that battle could happen, all right, Lee said he looked at all the. Lee was a master strategist. He was a master tactician. The battle, the deaths from both sides that day was going to be like 30,000 altogether. So he said, "Fuck this. This has been going on too long." Goes to go sign the surrender to Grant. 30 minutes later, a guy riding a horse. Thank you, Yankee. A guy riding a horse who's a messenger from Lincoln comes in with a conditional surrender letter saying, all right, we're going to end the war and the South can keep its territory. But 30 minutes too late. Now that is crazy, isn't it? That's like divine like intervention.
See, like, again, slavery bad, abolish it nationwide. There's more slaves right now than there ever has been in history. Nobody's doing about it. It's bullshit practice and you're a bitch to it. That's the disclaimer. But as far as secession states who want to leave, the fact that the government did not let them, and the Constitution was that fresh in everybody's mind that they tried to do it then, and they wouldn't let them. That's what pisses me off. That's why I'm pro the South, because they're like, they actually stood up and was like, no, we want to secede. Not all about slavery. And you know what I mean? Like, if it was slavery that bad, you can secede, but we're going to have spies. We're going to come in and we're going to raid your shit. And you know what I mean? Slavery not going to happen. It's not a hard concept. But it was the, you know what I mean? Political debate back then. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, and not really. How many people do you personally know that like own shit like farm equipment and horses and cows and shit like that, like a bunch of shit? Me, not that many. And back then, there wasn't that many people that was owning slaves like that. It was really the rich fucking like the elite kind of same thing as now, like the rich white people that were the fucked up like
factory farms and shit, factory ranches today, or the plantations and shit from back in the day.
Dude, the slaves didn't even have names.
There was so many respected black slave owners who had their own plantations. You know what I mean?
Yeah, oh, they were known for being more mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that whole thing, see, that's something it's not a race thing. It's a dark powers, deep state thing.
Was it England wouldn't South because they couldn't be seen supporting a country that supported slavery? If the South would have won, that's why England didn't back. Right?
Exactly.
Something along
England had just ended slavery like 20 years before. The U.S. was late in the ending of slavery compared to a lot of the other countries.
Yeah, a few of them, yeah.
No,
well, I mean, the definition might have changed because there's still indentured servitude in some of these places who got rid of slavery. You know what I mean?
See, for instance, General Grant owned a slave, technically speaking, at the beginning of the Civil War, but it was a dude that it was a slave that his father-in-law owned that he passed on to them whenever he died. He said, "All right, dude, please treat this guy good. You know, he don't got nowhere else to go. I've known him my whole life." And then, he, whenever, he freed him whenever Lincoln did the damn, whenever it was all said and done, he let him go. Now, the whole issue of, and I believe that they were going to, and Robert E. Lee was married to George Washington's granddaughter, and so they inherited a lot of slaves from that, but they freed them at a certain point. But that pretty interesting fact. But that wasn't George Washington's granddaughter. George Washington was possibly a homosexual, but that's diverging very far away, very far away.
You can't just dip into that and then go back. What the fuck?
Yeah, he was known to spend a lot of time with his male. He had a male slave. He spent a lot of time with, like personal time with. But anyway, he never had any kids of his own. But Martha had a couple of kids. One of those kids would have a child. One of those kids that actually go up to have 26 kids. All right, are you following me? 26 kids. But one of those daughters would marry Robert E. Lee. They'd have their own kids. But it was the Custis family, and now and their descendants still alive. But yeah, George Washington was rumored, based on some of his journal writings and based on collaborating reports, he was possibly homosexual.
Well, you got the language was different. Even if you go back and watch movies and shit from the 40s and 50s, you're like, damn, that dude's gay as shit. But like, no, it's more proper.
Like you see the guys, they're like, hello, kind of shit like that with their long cigarettes and shit.
Right.
Yeah, dude. But
And
you got
I
big.
figure his old lady had some kind of disease or some shit, wasn't it? Like everybody she's a super fucking cunt. So maybe he just wanted to hang out with the boys instead of dealing with her. He's like,
You
bitch,
talking?
I'm trying to create a country. Leave the fuck alone. You know what I mean? One of those kind of situations.
Whereas and you have the opposite in somebody like John Adams' wife, who kind of controlled him a little bit more. He would always murder letters, always be doing shit like that. Whereas George Washington, he would like fuck with his wife, like talk to her and hang out with her, and he was at their farm. But when he was out doing shit, he would like not fuck with her, I think, that much. And Thomas Jefferson, his wife died when they were both like 23, when they were both really young, and she had made him promise that he would never marry or fall in love or be with another woman again. He had didn't marry another woman again, however, but he did go through his life fucking a lot of chicks when he went to France. His concubine, Sally Jennings, who might have been his half sister. It gets a little weird. It's fucked up. Yeah, it gets a little complicated because she was a slave that might have been the child of his dad, one of his dad's slaves. But Sally Hemings almost looked white. But I But yeah, that he was doing a lot about it. Ben Franklin was a lecherous dude. From what I was reading, Ben Franklin would be on a level of when his wife died, I think as well, and he would live the life of a bachelor. These guys back in the early, yeah, he was like,
Slaying.
he's like, come here, bitch, I invented electricity, kind of
He
shit.
basically lived at the whorehouse.
Yeah, and he was a he was a controversial figure. Yeah, he definitely wasn't gay. No,
And he was anti-Christian, but helped to establish that America should be a Christian-based foundation.
because he knew the morals was good. He knew like children should be raised up in a morally sound Judeo-Christian upbringing. And now the older I'm getting, the more I'm realizing that as well. You know, it's like nowadays you got your choice. Either that is you can either choose to pursue that, or you can go with what seems to be of the flesh. Everything else seems to be of this world. Everything else seems to be centered on flesh and on pleasure of the flesh. You know what I'm saying? So and they had they wasn't back then, these guys, those are the ones who definitely, I don't think, expected. They knew we was gonna be something special, but they didn't expect that we were gonna be influencing the rest of the world to start sucking each other off and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think anybody saw that. Well, a lot of our stuff comes from a Rome kind of background. If you think about it. They don't know who's influenced by their politicians or people or fucking. If you look at a lot of our traditions and a lot of this other shit, there's a lot of stuff that we still use Latin for in politics and things like this. The rituals, the culture, the the architecture of our government buildings. You know what I mean? It all traces back to the same kind of thing.
And do you feel like sometimes that shit was like created in like a think tank? You know what I mean? Like now, do you think it is a continuation from
I think
that?
it's the same people, and they've just figured out how to infiltrate worldwide, and they've been doing it for a fucking millennia. Honestly,
Yeah, and now it's because no, it doesn't like you see all these things as they seem too connected between different cultures, and especially studying history, you start realizing, holy shit, this shit that happened in uh, ancient Mesopotamia, or this shit that happened in a by the Yellow River in China, fucking 6, 7, 8, 9,000 years ago. is all directly led up to people's way they view the world today. And when I refer to that, that Taoism, that Confucianism, often we forget that the cultures of the East are just as old as our Western concepts of shit. Like they have, and it is kind of, I am a Christian, but to me, I find the way to connect how these things are so similar. Like like a lot of the Confucius's teachings are similar to Jesus Christ's teachings.
Travel, right? Didn't they say he traveled the world learning and teaching as he went?
From the
So,
sages in India.
I mean, you'll find monks who have fucking written records of Jesus for fucking temples and shrines and shit. Same story.
Well, could you imagine that anime, dude? Fucking oh my god, Jesus training, like the Jesus training, like he like it's almost like Dragon Ball Z or something like that. Then he got that.
Like, why? It's kind of like one of the reasons. I mean, you'd have to go down the rabbit hole. We're not trying to get all religious and shit. We're just saying history.
Yeah, the religion. There's whole courses in college where they teach the Bible, but none of it is religious. It's all about how like because it's a work of literature that's vital to the history of mankind. The way it's written, the terminology it speaks, the history. It talks about the people of those times. So it's not necessarily just a religious document. There are people that the Bible to them is 100% like God's word kind of deal, but
I like the
you
story.
got to look at it historically, and the story of it's pretty epic.
If you look at it like you're reading a Stephen King novel, look at it that way. You know what I mean? Try to find all the detail you can, and if it makes you feel some kind of way, then at least you know.
And the way I look at it too is that when it comes, I don't get too much in the religion deal, but there are people that like are raised in Afghanistan, and they're probably the Muslim version of people who are raised with the teachings that we are raised. That might not be a good place. Let's say Sri Lanka or Malaysia, but they believe what they believe in the same way that the person out there believes in their Christian theology. You know what I'm saying? And so that's
foundation is the same. It's just the culture of the people who adopt it.
Yeah, it's way different, the culture. Yeah. Fucking
It is. This is. I've been thinking about this a lot the last couple of months, and I have decided that Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, all three are necessary because they balance each other out. So if you figure, because I mean they all have the same foundation. They all Old Testament, boom, everybody agrees on it. That's really the thing that links us all together. The only difference is the culture of people who adopt it. So you got Islam, the violence and bloodshed. You've got Christianity, which is the empathy and the compassion, and then you have the Jews, which would be I don't really want to say logic. I would say
they're on the technical aspect. They're more on the technical aspect of it because the Jews are supposed to be the priesthood for us, the Gentiles. They're
right?
supposed to represent a priesthood.
So that's why, like, I can't find the right words because I don't care either way. I'm pro Jew, and I don't, you know what I mean? They're hey, oh, whatever. You know what I mean? But it's, you know what I mean? It's if you're into the numerology kind of shit, the power of three. It's kind of like the Father, Son, the Holy Ghost. If you got degrees, you know what I mean? Every parts of you, the power of three, everything that comes together with three. You know what I mean? And just be boom, a little bit of each of these is kind of the right path. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense?
I didn't hear a little bit of what?
Mm-hmm.
You said a little bit of patience.
I have no idea which part.
Fuck, I know it was wisdom though. I know that.
Am I just chat? Am I just rambling? Did that make any sense? You know?
No, you're making sense, but that part cut out for 1 second whenever you said like you were putting your like big point out and it cut out right at it.
Oh, use your imagination. I couldn't tell you.
Fuck yeah, he said he was like be a pimp.
Right. Dude,
Man,
I've been mowing all day and doing shit. I'm enjoying shut my brain down minutes. You know what I mean? Don't expect me
yes
to do this.
sir. Yes sir. Yeah, I'm smoking. I'm vaping. I got you know me. I'm a vapor. Freaking. Shit. If my buddy didn't live right down the road from me, I'd fucking go to Virginia. It's not too far from me, so I'd like check that out. But anyway, I remember when I was at your place, dude. I will never forget every time I was finished smoking the joint. Somehow there was another fully lit, fully formed joint in my hand that would grow again. I would just keep it. It was like, yeah. You seen any good movies?
Honestly, yeah. If this is gonna sound fucked up, but I like the comedy shit, right? So if you got the Amazon, Ricky Stick and Jackpot, both of them.
Ricky Snicky and Jackpot.
Yeah, it kind of made me like John Cena a little bit. Like he's still a communist piece of shit in my eyes, but he's fucking hilarious piece of shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's worth watching. That shit was fucking hilarious.
Is it funny for adults and shit, or it's like a kids movie kind of deal?
Kids, no kids at all.
Okay, fuck yeah. Okay, then I'm gonna check it out too. That's a
It's up there with like modern day Animal House Porkies or something. You know what I mean? Like it's
Oh really?
it's one of them raunchy motherfuckers.
Well, we'll have to check it out. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the lady to get back and freaking
And there's
watch it.
there's no agenda being pushed in either one of them. It's funny just for the sake of being funny. You know what I mean?
But it's not on no shit like a lot of these movies are kind of like that remake of Ghostbusters with all the chicks in it. It's not like that.
No.
I will never watch that movie. Even if it was the only thing I could watch, I would just not watch TV or anything ever again.
Right. Yeah,
But
it's good shit.
I like that guy in it too. He has a fucking the Bad Friends podcast is
Yeah, I watch them every Monday at 11 o'clock is when that shit hits.
have you checked out that have you checked out that damn Kill Tony episode that had Joe Biden and Donald Trump on it, but it was Shane Gillis as Trump and the Dr. Phil guy as Biden? Dude,
I've been watching them for about 5 years now. I've watched them before the last year they were in LA is when I started watching them.
Wow. See, I haven't. I just got into it. That's crazy, dude. They used to be in LA too. That's fucking. I could see it though. They don't seem like they're from Texas originally.
Last year they did their 10th year. So like they've been doing it.
Doesn't time go by fast? Like, let's see what all the chat's saying real quick. They're talking about relationship shit still, which is better. It's good for us to take a break from all of our politics and shit like that we be politicking about.
We're all over the place.
Yeah, this is this is one of them crazy pods. Yeah,
what's up, chat?
We got 9 right now. It's fluctuating up and down. I usually don't go this early either. However, we in here.
7 o'clock in the only time zone that matters.
How's that earthquake shit working for you over there, dude?
Say what?
How's that San Andreas? Not San Andreas. What's that shit? How's that New Madrid fault line going for you over there, pimping?
I'm waiting any day now.
I remember that you ain't felt.
1991, it was supposed to go off. They had everybody scared. They had to fucking get under your bed, your death drills, all that kind of shit. The news had a big thing about it, and nothing happened. So technically, I guess we're 30 or 40 years behind schedule. So,
Man, that's like some Yellowstone kind of shit.
see, I don't know because we've had tremors ever since we've been here. We've had tremors. A lot of people are saying it's from the fracking and shit, but it's farther south. Like they felt the shit within about 100 miles of us, somewhere in that range. So you know what I mean. It shook a couple times, but I don't know. They say if it goes, it's supposed to be a country splitter, but there's a lot of on out there like the over exaggerate shit. So, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Exactly. Go back to the news, hyping things up to get people for they have all kinds of crazy shit going on this year. Like nothing too heavy, but like they spread out so much little crazy shit. Like you're kind of looking at this. Oh, goblins in Zimbabwe, fucking New Madrid fault line, fucking UFO sightings, and fucking in the boardwalk and shit. Like different things like that.
Right? Like it's nice to have a hobby.
Yeah, dude. They've been Trump assassination shit. This motherfucker's air like I don't know. I think they're all in on this shit. I don't know. I don't know. I just don't know about him, dude.
I don't trust him at this point. I'm scared that he might get a god complex and start family legacy in politics, which would piss me off. Would get with that fucking nonsense that you talked about, that nonsense. But then,
You're not for the king and dictator shit, huh?
fuck no. I think every man. I'm a pure anarchist.
Mm.
Every man should be responsible for his own safety, for his own medical conditions. If somebody tries to rob your house, if you can't defend your house, then fuck you, you're gonna get robbed. You got people that'll mount up with you and go get your shit back. You know what I mean? Survival of the fittest. That's the way it needs to be. True freedom.
Well, that's tribal society. We're going, but that's a tribal clan structure right there. That your clan and you and your clan are in on this. Your tribe is in on this, and you guys got each other's backs. Whereas when you start getting bigger groups, you start having people who don't even know what's going on in your neck of the woods in control of you and telling you what to do. I can feel you on that. People who live 800 miles away.
People govern themselves. We've seen it throughout every instance in history. The only time you really seen outside interference in one of these medieval communities, even back in the cowboy days, these little communities, very rarely would you have outside interference come in. It'd be like a duke or you'd have a marshal come in and be like, no, we're doing this. 90% of the time, the people the people set the standards of when they want to close, when they want to open. You can and can't do it inside the city limits. And they took care of their own shit. That's the way it needs to be. A community takes care of it, plain and simple. Some communities may be huge with a million people. That's for them to figure out. Some communities may be small with 50 or 60. That's for them to figure out. As long as you can defend it, it's yours. You know what I mean? Obviously, I would hope that morality would set in, but in some cases it's not. But overall, for the most part, people are good and will flock together for the safety of the people and figure out, some kind of moral code that they want to live by, and shit works out. You just got to let people figure. If you got to go through arms to get it, then go through arms to get it. In my opinion, that's true freedom.
Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. It feels better if you go through hard times to get the shit anyway. You know?
Yeah. That's what builds a person. That's how you know if you're weak or if you're fucking strong. Go through some hard shit. The same thing with medicine. Like, I know a lot of people need shit, otherwise they'll die or they'll cramp up. But do you really need medicine as you're taking? No, just in general. Like, do you really need to take the Tylenol? You're fucking a tiny bit, or can you just nut the fuck up and ride out that day? You know what I mean?
Yes,
Sometimes you
sir.
just gotta live with the ouchies, whether it be physical or mental or fucking career wise. You need fucking obstacles. Life's not supposed to be a fucking paved road. That's how you get whores on TikTok and fucking entitled 9-year-olds and shit. You know what I mean?
Shit. There's a local story in my area. These kids were this 12-year-old kid started saying a bunch of fucked up shit to this old lady, and she was trying to like get a hold of the parents. And the parents are like, "We don't give a fuck. Don't message us again." But they sent their kids in to do like they sent these kids inside of the it was all over the local Facebook group. You know how those go. They sent the kids into the Dollar Tree, and I guess that's when the young kids started cussing and calling the old lady, like saying horrible shit. And then the parents, I guess, like the lady tried to go car, and they was like, hey, "We don't care what they said to you. Get away from us." Like, the fuck?
Hey, I gotta go grab a drink. I'll be right back.
All right, player. I'm gonna play a song real quick while I grab a smoke. I'm still gonna have you on the side, and me too. But I am not gonna be here for like the next 5 minutes, give or take. Oh, here's the one I want to play. Some AI music.
Why do you think Kung Fu Dick has been so successful?
I don't know. I think Kung Fu Dick captures the imagination and makes it his bitch.
Listen to this shit.
Octopus was out for revenge after Kung Fu Dick put a grip to an end. She heard of a fighter with chest hair since birth, whose roundhouse kick split heaven and earth. And she went to search through the northern forest to find the legend they call fucking Norris and bewitch his mind with evil sorceress shit. The destructopus, Kung Fu pussy whip. You ain't gonna beat this dick. Oh yeah, yeah. Pussy whipping that shit. Oh, fuck yeah. Roundhouse kick with the stick, make you look like a bitch with the Kung Fu Dick. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Buck Norris was no mere mortal, they say. He was the wall in the north that kept evil away. A one-man assault team, Delta Force, who rode on a bear like it was a horse. They named the street after him in St. Ives, but changed it when no one could cross and survive. The fuck Quando master that made enemies cower, and his full name and chest hair was the source of the power. Ain't gonna beat this dick. Oh yeah, yeah. Pussy whipping that shit. Oh, fuck yeah. Roundhouse kick with the stick, make you look like a bitch with that Kung Fu Dick. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Buck Norris was mind fucked. Pussy whipped by the bitch, as she sent him for the blood of the Kung Fu Dick. Kung Fu Dick threw chops and furious front kicks, but behind Buck's beard was just another fist. They threw crushing attacks forward and back for 3 days and nights till the bones started to crack. You ain't gonna beat this dick. Oh yeah, yeah. Pussy whipping that shit. Oh, fuck yeah. Roundhouse kick with the stick, make you look like a bitch with that Kung Fu Dick. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. On the third day of an all-out fight, Kung Fu Dick realized something wasn't right. Fuck Norris possessed pulled him in tight. The comfort dick grabbed his chest hair and pulled with his might. And as he tore the hair out by the roots, Buck Norris's strength faded, and he began to see the truth. His eyes changed colors, and he was released from the spell of destructive pussy's kung fu pussy whip. Hell, you ain't gonna beat this dick. Oh yeah, yeah. Pussy whipping that shit. Oh, fuck yeah. Roundhouse kick with the stick, make you look like a bitch with that kung fu dick. Oh yeah, yeah, oh fuck yeah. Fuck Norris walked up to the destructive puss bitch through a spinning roundhouse, right in her tits. Fuck Norris was grateful he was released from that shit, and he became Kung Fu Dick's new sidekick. And now that Dick and Fuck were free of the bitch, they went and had themselves a nice ham and cheese sandwich. Oh, the way of the dick. You ain't gonna beat this dick. Oh yeah, yeah. Pussy whipping that shit. Oh, fuck yeah. Roundhouse kick with the stick, make you look like a bitch with that kung fu dick. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, you ain't gonna beat this dick. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Pussy whipping that shit. Oh, yeah. Roundhouse kick with the stick, make you look like a bitch with that kung fu dick. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
Kung Fu Dick versus Fuck Norris. Shit, that's like that's the theme song when me and you come together on a show. That's the theme song whenever we do shows. Shit.
I don't know if I want that on my soundtrack.
With that Kung Fu Dick. Shit. I got me a soda too. I've been working on a. You got that vitamin? You ain't drinking a Dr. Pepper or no root beer?
No, I don't fuck with no Dr. Pepper. That's liquid diarrhea. The root beer, I smoke too much. I only drink the root beer for the flavor. You know what I mean? Because water just yeah. But if you smoke a lot of pot, that vanilla gets stuck on your tongue. It just fucking tastes plastic and shit. You know what I mean? Because that root beer got at least the root beer that I like, the A&W, it's a lot of fucking vanilla, and you can. You know what I mean? It's hard to taste after a while.
That's how I am. I notice I've eaten pizza like that. You know what I'm saying? I know that's not a drink, but I eat pizza every day like a Ninja Turtle.
I don't know. Here lately, I've been tasting a lot of stuff. Been tasting like you. I don't know. I don't know if it's just me, but like even the cereals and shit nowadays. You know what I mean? It kind of tastes like fucking. It's got that chemically taste to it. Kind of a little funny residue.
It's that ultra processed food. Super processed.
I will ride the RFK train on that one. He's been going hard after that processed food. I will back him on that.
He's about the process. He's about going against that.
Yeah.
Really.
I guess I got to watch a 28 fucking minute clip in the other. It was MSNBC or CNN. One of those. They were doing an interview with him, and that's all he was talking about was, a lot of these countries have flat out outlawed the chemicals and shit that Americans are putting in their food, or they highly discourage it. You know what I mean? Like there's fines and shit like that. I mean, even California for the fucking retarded place they are, it's a baby step. They just outlawed that red dye in school lunches and shit like that. I'd be okay if they passed the nation. I'd ban getting rid of all dye. Like making food, keep it natural colors. Like let's see what the fuck we're actually buying.
And it feels, isn't that like most of this shit feels like it's targeted more towards like children to be like buying it to like eat and shit. You know what I'm saying? Fucking I was scrolling and I saw that there was some kind of like plane that crashed and Russia's blaming the US. Do you think that'll have anything crazy come from it, or do you think it's just like more crazy bullshit?
I think the world is waiting to see November who actually officially gets named president. And then I think that's when we're going to start seeing people acting up. Because if it's Trump, it's not going to stop, but it'll slow down a lot. But if it's, I would say if Harris wins, they announce that Harris won, I'd say bye Ukraine, bye Taiwan. I mean,
I think instantly.
Yeah.
Let me I want to show you, like, do you know Charleston White is?
Yeah.
I want to show you what he trying to find a little short clip of what all he says about Kamala Harris. It's fucking it's something only he could say. This motherfucker is hilarious. Let me see. Shout out to Say Cheese. That's the channel that does the interview with him.
Pick the who's gonna run for vice president.
This shit is very graphic and highly controversial. Yeah, Wiz, where'd you go, pimping?
I think
Huh?
Telling you, man, every year there's going to be potty words.
They're going to be heavy potty words.
September 10th is the debate. Has your last time you said that you were going with Camilla? Have you changed?
Yeah, I changed. I was just being sarcastic. You know, I wasn't going no motherfucking Kamala. Yeah, I was just being sarcastic. But this shit don't mean nothing. I try not to even entertain this shit. I just talk president talk to troll. I don't give a damn about Trump or Kamala. I don't give a damn about Democrat or Republican. Neither one of them is for a poll. I don't give a.
I wish
just do that.
I wish that we knew people like him that we could talk to, dude.
Troll, and to show people I'm smarter than you. Because most people don't even know the 3 branches of government. Ask the average motherfucker that's talking presidential talk. Name the 3 branches of government and their levels of function. They can't tell you. Tell me something about the Declaration of Independence. They can't tell you. Constitutional right, Bill of Rights, amendments. They can't tell you. So I just do this just to troll, homie. But nigga ain't into this shit like I be playing. I'm bullshitting. I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, or the presidency of the United States of America. I don't give a fuck, my nigga, because it ain't never been. I my city council members. I know Mayor Mattie Parker, Councilwoman Gina Bivens, Senator Nicole Collier, Congressman.
Yeah, I know he's not trying to be funny, but he is just so comedic to me.
Right. I mean, but that's what it comes down to. The local shit. That's what fucking matters.
He's speaking truth, 100% facts, dude. Like he's like college, like he's been through some shit, this man, but he has his education on point in the streets and with books too.
Well, see, that's why I don't know whose channel we were on the other day. I was talking, and they made that point. My bad. Go ahead, play the clip and run.
Nigga, I don't give a damn about the president. And the president don't give a damn about us because he's the commander in chief. So I just do that, homie, to be online. But nigga, in real life, we don't talk no motherfucking president talk, my nigga. It's a distraction.
Yeah, I see close friends getting into it over this shit.
Yeah, they ain't really friends.
Do you know anybody that's? I feel like I had to, like, at work. We just don't talk about this kind of shit. Me and my coworkers.
I lost my I lost a couple folks in my family to the shit. Like they heavy duty BLM. I was like, I don't fuck with them. I mean, I didn't say it that politely, but he asked me my opinion of it, and they talked to me since. Like, hey, I still stand on it. Fuck BLM, fuck all that shit. I lost people over it. Hey, if that's what it took, then shit. I'm not here to fight your ignorance. Go do what you got to do. You know what I mean?
And that's how I am. If like I like the whole like with the George Floyd situation. To me, he OD'd. Why he was like he had a panic attack. Why he's ODing and a bunch of. To me, he's like, I don't like how they're propping him up as the liberal Jesus, perhaps. Not no more. I don't feel like, but at one point he was like, I don't know, it was like this, and he was a bad hombre.
Right.
He was a bad hombre, and that's kind of the thing that I like. That I disagree with people on pretty heavy.
Because real friends don't talk politics. Me and we don't talk no motherfucking politics, nigga. Well, we go.
That's not 100% true. If real friends can't talk politics.
Yeah, I think that's situational.
You're dependent, but if you guys are disagreeing on this shit, and then somebody's like, "I don't want to fuck with you no more," you like Trump, motherfucker.
If you don't talk politics with your people, then you're willfully ignorant. Politics is something that really affects your everyday life. So if you've got a group of people that are your friends, how would you ever get to the notion of, hey, defend the Second Amendment, defend the First Amendment? You know what I mean? All these concepts have to come from talking politics with your friends.
Mm-hmm. It all gets down to politics, right? You know, it all goes back down to it. You know, all our main topics.
And we poor. So homie, I just do that shit. I got into politics and I spent a long time in it, homie. And I done been on both sides, Democratic and Republican. And I'm saying, homie, they not in it for us. They don't even know what we go through, what we struggle. That's why they have to go get the rappers when it's time for us to vote. Yeah. And no other time outside of voting do you see them stand next to Megan, stand next to Quavo. No other time do they do this.
Yeah.
The last time we saw them do this, they were standing with Diddy. And Diddy was rocking the vote or die as he was in the hole, but he was trying to get us to vote or die. You don't think they knew Diddy was doing that back then, and the rumors still circulated around him, but they still got him and said, vote or die, y'all. Diddy pushed the whole campaign to vote or die. So every 8 years, they go get a bunch of rapper celebrities and stand with them, and we don't ever see it again. Why won't they go stand with Ice Cube? Trump did. Think about that, man. Why won't Kamala and them go look at what Ice Cube put down? Biden wouldn't look at it. No Democratic looked at it. Trump went and peeked at it. Yeah. And Ice Cube got a lot of flack from black people because he let Trump look at it. You're supposed to let both of them look at it and see who can do what. Why are we stuck on one side? Why do we only look at one side of the coin? Why don't we ever look at both sides of the coin and try to make a decision? Why do we blindly vote Democrat? Have you ever asked yourself that? Why?
This is about to be a very graphic story, but this is very interesting. He's about to make a very good point with this story. I'm not connected with this. As a white guy, I don't have too much say in this, but he is. But this is pretty interesting.
And Democrats have never done nothing for black people ever in the history of America. Zero. Other than giving them government entitlements. So let me just say this. The Democratic and the Liberal Party is our slave plantation because that's where we come from as slaves. And that's facts. So you got some people say, well, the party switched during Lyndon B. Johnson. No, the Democrats became very clever during Nixon's Southern strategy. It was called Nixon's Southern strategy, not LBJ. LBJ was the one that came along and said, I'm going to have these voting Democrat for the next 200 years. It's only been 50 years. So we got another 150 years before we change our voting pattern by way of L.B. Johnson, the Democratic president.
He is documented as saying that for real.
And he called us, he said it. I'm going to have these voting Democrat for the next 200 years. That's why you vote Democrat. You're programmed to do it. That's why you get mad to try to think to do anything different, because you're conditioned and you're programmed because you eat out of their hands. They gave your mama food stamp. They gave your grandmama Section 8. They gave you free lunch. You appreciate that free lunch, don't you? Poor black children, you at school, your mama didn't send you to school with no breakfast, did she? You didn't go to school with no sack lunch. Don't you appreciate that free lunch, black people? So keep voting Democrat with your miseducational school system.
Yeah, Trump recently went to a city. I'm not gonna say the name, but Trump recently went to a city and got the word out around town to saying he wanted to take a picture with influencers or rappers, but they had to have jewelry on.
What city he did that in? Atlanta?
It was in Detroit.
Why you didn't want to say Detroit?
I didn't want to put no rapper name out there, but it was just like Trump was looking for a certain image to take a picture with.
Fuck yeah.
Real. How you wrong for looking for the real? Especially in politics. You got to keep in mind, Trump is not a politician. So while he's gonna do things that's unorthodox. He's a businessman. He's not a politician. All of them are politicians. He's the only one that's not a politician. So why wouldn't he go with the real when he been with the real niggas? You want me to give you a lineup? Snoop Dogg, 50 Cent, Tony Yayo, Lil Jon, Evander Holyfield, Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, Lou Alcindor. I can go on and on. Rosa Parks. This man been taking pictures with all these prominent people forever. Michael Jackson. Shabba Ranks. Nigga, I got a picture of Trump and Shabba Ranks. So what's wrong with it going to the town looking out for all the real they got the jewelry on and thing, man, so we can stand? Because Trump is a player, man. Why me and the players can't get together, nigga, and style and profile and So what's wrong with that? Because it's no different than Kamala showing up with her white husband with Megan Thee Stallion shaking that motherfucking funky pussy on stage because Moneybag Yo said that motherfucker got a stench to it. Moneybag Yo said that pussy got a stench to it. And
so Megan Thee Stallion's pussy got a stench to it. I'm not surprised.
Did you watch the coverage of that? Her first little fucking deal where he had all that shit.
I didn't catch that. I watched the end of it though. I was watching the end of it and she did her speech.
Yeah, that was I've seen a couple clips of it. That right there.
Was it ratchet? I don't want to get in trouble showing. I want to look at this shit too. I was fucking showing some Olympic shit and delete it. Made me delete this shit off of the video.
It was pure fucking trash.
But that's that's the image they want. It's like chicks flopping their asses around fucking from fucking Johnson & Johnson. Let me see. Well, JT, I'll tell you this, brother. I hope that we have a long viewership connection going on and shit, brother, because it is good to have you here. Sophia is in the chat now as well. Good to see you. I might rename this to a chill. This is a chill zone now. I'm gonna change this name to a chill zone real quick.
Might as well just hang out and talk some shits.
Yeah.
Wherever it goes, it goes. What is today?
Tuesday the 3rd.
It's Tuesday, y'all. Smoke something. Don't have me up here poking spots by myself. Feel like I need rehab or something.
Let me see this shit. I think that like they're more. I do believe that women are attracted to tattoos, but I think it's like the confidence that having tattoos gives to you individually is like without my tattoos, I would like still have a good life and have met chicks. But I do feel as if though it is a good addition to yourself. But it's not there are people out there like fucking tattoos, blah blah blah. But
I think tattoos are like dress for the job you want kind of situation.
kind of shit.
Like if
Yeah,
you try to do the face tattoo and all this other shit when you're a teenager in your 20s, you know what I mean? Expect to get a chick that's happy with you just some coffee and shit for the rest of your life. You know what I mean?
What up, Jane? Yeah, I used to date a chick that had a face tattoo. She was bad though. She was fucking
placement matters.
Yeah. But no, I think it really like it's my intellect, you know. It's really not my intellect, but it's like the way that I like and a lot of the subscribers are female, but I don't think it has anything to do with like looks per se. I don't think that at all. I think it has to do with like the content of what we're talking, and it's not doing with chicks trying to watch a dude. I think it's more like
I always told my son, if you can't live with yourself by yourself for a while, why the fuck would you expect somebody else to live with you? You know what I mean? Like if you
yeah,
ain't comfortable
exactly.
in shit, get your shit right first.
Yeah, you told
Make
me
sure
that too not too long ago.
Shit happens when it happens. If you go look for it, you create situations that are unnecessary.
And you feel like whenever you are like younger and like I'm just turned 30, but I feel like the difference between I'm 30 versus me whenever I was 20. You know what I'm saying? Right. So and it's like you're back. I feel like a lot of dudes throughout time though really have always been trying to get up on a chick though. You know what I'm saying?
Say real shit. Get your money right. Get your living situation right. Get yourself as dependent as possible, and
yes,
then
sir.
get you a pet or a plant. You know what I mean? Fuck that. You know, pussy ain't. Go fucking buy you a doll off the Amazon. You know what I mean? Save your money.
40K getting.
The right girl is going to come with patience. You know what I mean? It takes time. Out here trying to run through a bunch of fucking used up bitches is just going to make you a used up ass dude.
But see, but I don't know. I look at it like this. I disagree with you on that. As long as you're not like, if you know what you're doing with the chick and everybody knows that the situation, you are 100% right on. Beside that, to me on that second part, I will disagree with you on that. I feel like as long as like everybody know you're not like emotionally using the woman, and as long as it's not as long as it's.
I get what you're saying. Obviously, consent. You know, anything consensual. I mean, if you can get some, get some. But
yeah, get it while you can.
You can't complain about the system not having quality women when you're out here making more whores. Does that make sense? Like you can't go run through a whole bunch of chicks and then complain about how chicks just let motherfuckers run through them. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
You have to be the standard that you expect.
Yes, sir. Yeah, because it is kind of like double standard to say, oh yeah, like I want a chick that's a virgin, or I want a chick that hasn't only has a low body count. Whenever you yourself have fucked a lot of chicks, you fucked like 40 or 50 chicks, or you've gotten like you're always trying to look. You know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, I want to be a chick. I want to have multiple wives, kind of situation. That is I feel you. I went slightly squirrel on that because that got me passionate. You know, but I feel like it goes back to the houses and cars though. Like the more shit a man goes through, like I feel like the more powerful he becomes, and like the more like XP he gets. And I don't know. Women are very powerful. They're mothers. They go through a lot of shit themselves. Everybody has that, but I feel like they go through shit different through us. I feel like they go through like mental and physical shit like in a different way that we might, and like as a result, it turns out different. You know, same thing with
I
the
think
car.
in a nutshell, what you're trying to say is, bitches be crazy, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It all started with Eve. Then you go to Saramaeus, who helped create all the false pagan ideologies.
But regardless of which strategy you choose, you get your fucking self right first before you try to make somebody else a project. You know what I mean? Because if you don't know who the fuck you are, then you're just gonna let any random motherfucker mold you into who they want you to be. So know who you are.
Make yourself. Think of it almost like an yeah, dude. See, and that is exactly, and that's why you take bits and pieces of shit like from what your friends say, from what people you hear on on the internet, like Tate or Patrice or even us, and you put these things together, and that adds to your character personally. You don't want to be fake because anybody, especially women, can sense if someone's being fake, and you want to just be 100% original to yourself, and you know, the right there is a time and a place for womanizing, in my opinion, of a man's life. But as you mature and get past that, you realize that that is wrong. And if anything, I know I'm probably diverging heavily from the wisdom you just said. I'm trying to get back to it. But if anything, going around like, oh, let me fuck this pussy, let me get this pussy, I'm gonna fuck this chick, that's kind of gay, right?
Yeah, you're creating a society that
Yeah, and it's straight consensual sex, but I think it's kind of gay. You know,
see.
it's like
That's where I would say. I mean, kind of on an offshoot of that. If more people went around and it was like, no, put pants back on, lady, instead of falling straight in bed with them, you know what I mean? Society would be a completely different place. So it's it's fault on both sides, but that's why the only way to fix it is to fix yourself first.
yeah, fix yourself. Like up. See, I didn't get none of my tattoos. I got for chicks. I got because they represent things I like. Have chicks liked my tattoos? Yes. Have I gotten fucking like attention and like talk to ladies come up and talk to me and shit all the time before? Perhaps. But it's your personality. You know what I'm saying? It's really like I make not just with chicks, that's with my friends, with dudes I meet who become my friends, chicks that become my friends, chicks that I become a relationship with. Everybody, you gotta make it's a kind of like a natural, it's your mojo, it's a natural masculine imperative within you, and it'll make a chick or another, or make somebody feel like they've always known you, even if they just met you, and that's important. You know,
That's the second talk I gave to the boy when he was younger was pussy is fucking amazing. I was like, it's fucking the greatest thing in the goddamn world. I was like, but despite that, having the control to have quality over quantity makes it that much better. You know what I mean? Like just
it's
because
like
it's out, you know what I mean? Doesn't mean it's something you should be chasing every bit of. There's no point. It's a dime a dozen. Once you've took it all, it's no longer special. That's the whole point of it, is that it's supposed to be that special bond to connect people. But if you've already given out to 500 motherfuckers, you're like, oh damn, we're all special, I guess. You know what I mean? It's the one thing that is yours to give. You know what I mean? And you can only give it once. I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm not fucking one of those wait till marriage type people. I mean, if you can get some, I guess. But I'm just saying, in the overall, you know what I mean? Quality over quantity. is always better in the long run.
Yeah, I see. See, there's a difference between sexy and beautiful, you know, and you can have both too. But I feel like really, I'm looking at it like a beautiful. It's not necessarily physically how, but me personally, I'm like, I don't know. And I'm not getting into the look thing. Anyway, a beautiful woman is someone I know is gonna be sweet. That's gonna be there, like help. We're gonna be like cooking and cleaning together. Somebody that we're gonna be able to talk. That we're going to be able to you know, have a good time, that we're gonna be able to like talk things out with each other. You know, somebody I'm like, damn, this fucking chick right here is a good chick. Whereas a sexy chick is somebody is like heavy makeup on, titties flopping out, ass hanging out and shit, and you're just like, oh my god, I want to fuck this shit. Like, and like that's what you got to watch out for. That's the difference between beautiful and sexy. Put that in your notepad. Yeah, you have a little bit of
Never seen it without makeup.
huh?
Don't fall in love with anybody you've never seen without makeup.
Oh yeah, because they can yeah, they're gonna be looking bad, but then you see them and then they're looking bad. You know what I'm saying? They go from looking damn to looking, oh my god.
That's what I don't understand. We live in a world that supposedly pushes individuality. You know, even though there's this group think it's supposed to be yourself, be proud of who you are. You know what I mean? All this pride shit. Like motherfuckers got the balls to put on dresses and call themselves women, but regular people don't have the balls to say, hey, you know what I mean? Maybe I am a little troll bitch with 3 turkey necks. I'm not gonna wear no mascara today. Like, I go back to the ladies. I'm gonna let you know a secret. Most men don't give 2 fucks about any kind of makeup you got. Real shit.
Mm-mm.
It's an obstacle that's in the way. Takes up too much time, too much money, and it just makes you look like a fucking clown.
Yeah, and you're like, take that makeup off, bitch. Take the clothes off too. Fuck it. Fuck the makeup. I don't kind of shit.
So men are
I've been watching too much
women
Patrice.
dress up for other women. That's the thing. Women dress up for other women. You know, guys don't give 2 fucks about most of that shit.
No, here's the question: who do you think's more competitive, men or women?
I think equally, but just in different aspects. I think women like the keeping up with the Joneses appearance. I gotta have the newest bag, the newest fucking clothes, the newest shoes. You know what I mean? That aspect and things like that, the flashy shit. I think men compete in business and in sport.
Damn. It does. It does, but that it's just something that comes with experience, huh? Realizing that and like you know.
See, that's why I push. I am old as shit, but I still know the fucking lingo of the fucking. Well, I don't keep up with teenagers. That shit's retarded. But you know what I mean. A couple generations lower than myself. They're the ones that are creating the culture. You gotta find out what they're talking about, how they're talking. You know, all these different fucking things to figure out which direction the country's gonna go. You know,
yeah, exactly.
If you start paying attention to the world that you're too old. I mean, I'm not saying go hang out with a bunch of fucking frat boys and shit. Pay attention to what's going on culturally, a couple generations below you, and you'll see all this shit. You'll see all the problems, all the demise. It's right there for you to see.
Well, there's streamers like Aiden Ross. There's Neon. These guys are like 25 and 19, between 19 and 25 years old. Those are guys, and they're kind of like on the same shit we are. You know, they obviously like as far as the beliefs and shit. These guys are like, like, you know.
Yeah, that Neon's a little bitch. I hope. I can't wait for the day he gets the shit smacked out of him.
Are you familiar with Jack Doughtry?
Don't know.
Him and Jack Doughtry's another dude kind of similar to neon style and its cadence, but they had some kind of little beef between each other. You feel me? And they had, I don't know if it's staged or not, but they came to blows.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
For y'all who don't know, this is Neon is a little toothpick of a man. He's 100 and nothing pounds. He's 5 foot nothing, and he goes around and he trolls people on videos and shit. But he's got a massive bodyguard that gets between anybody as soon as he does his little fucking pranks and shit. And it's not pranks. It's just flat out disrespect shit. You know what I mean? But that's what's fucking trending. That's who's got the highest views in the world right now are stupid shit like that. Motherfuckers just going around trolling. Like there's one prank, the kid's like fucking 11 or 12 years old down in Florida, and he's just literally fucking the outside tables. He'll walk by and fling every bit of food off of these random people's table, and they just keep walking while his buddy's behind him recording and shit. And that's literally all they do. They go around harassing the shit out of people and putting it on a fucking live stream. And they're literally making millions of fucking dollars on this. That's the culture.
Here's a little let me see. I'll give a little example of this skinny bastard.
Like, don't get me wrong, it's not all bad for every one of those retards. You know what I mean? There's the person seemingly, but then I see people falling now like Mr. Beast with all the fucking touching shit, Dr. Disrespect, and all that fucking shit. You know what I mean? So it's like even the wholesome channels.
The wholesome ones. It's like when Pee-wee Herman got caught jerking off in that movie theater.
Right. You see, he didn't even do nothing wrong. Free Pee-wee, man.
Right. He was in an adult pornographic theater and shit. He wasn't doing nothing against the law.
He was doing exactly what he was supposed to be doing, where he was supposed to be doing it. You know what I mean? They literally killed that career over that shit. But nowadays, it's just fucking, it's legislation. It's fucking stupid.
See, they that was all because like Tipper Gore, like that was like the satanic. That's close to like that was whenever they were like putting warning labels on music albums and Satan. Here's a funny one.
If you can answer why, please.
Oh, is that
This is a Gorlak.
Gorlak the Destroyer.
Gorlak the Destroyer. Yeah, it's actually transgender. You know that?
No, that is a man. I'm not. No, that is a fucking man.
Yeah, no. It is 100.
I don't think you're healthy.
Absolutely.
You're physically not my type. But
what if they all say no?
Yeah, I'm also gonna pass.
What do you say?
Set up the context for the people who don't know what this is.
I just
So this is similar to this is Aiden doing this, but there's this thing that people do where they get 20 people to go up and see if it's kind of like pop your balloon. I don't know if y'all have seen that. You see if you would date or fuck with this person.
It's the modern day dating show is basically what it is. You get one person and they'll parade all these people through and they give their opinions on them.
Yeah. This Charleston actually does one of these too. I think we could stand to watch a couple of those as well. That was kind of this is cruel.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my carrot.
Yes, sir. Are you just breaking out the carrot?
Yep.
Oh shit. What is the female equivalent of what, JT?
Personally couldn't do it.
Oh my! This is fuck. Wait, Neon. Hold on.
I just don't think you're my type.
The fuck?
I'm gonna pass as well in the most respectful way. I just think you're like very fucking huge. I'm gonna pass as well. I have a very healthy lifestyle and I don't think you can match that.
Absolutely.
What the
No,
fuck?
I can't do anything like that, but we could probably smoke blunts. I don't know.
Cop.
I guess it depends if you have dicky-do disease.
What?
Dicky-do disease.
Okay.
Your stomach stick out further than your dicky-do.
Yo, dude, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah!
I would.
And why?
Cause I don't give a fuck.
We love that.
All right, bro.
Say a respectful no from me.
Absolutely.
No.
Absolutely. Okay.
All right, hold on. Yo, Neon. Wait, she over here. She left. Oh God. Should we just call it? Yeah, just call it. Just tell all the men they can go back. Tell the men they're good to go.
That's Neon is the guy with the glasses.
Yeah.
No, it is a man to female trans. Well, we're gonna discover that, brother. We're gonna discover that. You know, I listen to Black Phillip about 4 or 5 times a year, possibly 6 times, all 12 episodes, and this time we're actually breaking it down. We're just figuring it out.
Look at him, Neon.
The teachings of Patrice to go on full tomes, full libraries.
Look at the red guy. He's like, yes. Look at the relief they're about having their faces.
Let's check out. This would be good. This is some good.
If they ask to see if they clean down now too. It'd be too late at that point. You just go and start licking out. That's why I don't eat that. So
I don't eat
put
that.
that out there, and I don't tongue kiss.
Just straight to it.
You soldier boy.
We made it happen. You get what I'm saying? We thought Sexy Red was gonna be the last one, but we only doing bangers. You know what I'm saying? Brought out Charleston, brought out Woody, 2 of the biggest on the internet right now. You know what I'm saying?
2 America's Most Wanted. We the new Snoop and Tupac.
New Snoop and Tupac. You believe that?
Still keep it on.
Me too.
What's that?
I can't carry no gun right now. I'm out on bond.
So look, how many views and how many likes we need on this?
We need a bunch of them, man. I got over 2 billion views on TikTok, so I need them views to come over here too, man. Let's push this motherfucker past the Cat Williams and Shannon Sharp interview.
Okay.
Y'all heard it, man?
Yeah.
Y'all already here first. You get what I'm saying? It's your boy Robert the Sauce. I brought you to the biggest house, so make sure you like the video right now. Comment if you haven't subscried. Roll to 1 million.
That's your real edge. That's your real edge up, or that's that baby?
No, that's the real shit.
No, that's sprayed on.
Come on, man.
Oh, okay.
Shit. Hey, look, man, it's for the shirt. I got my shit though.
You lying to me?
It's there. You bald, bro.
Nigga, I need a little Beijing.
You good? Your shit still full up there. I just get it for the look, for the video.
Okay, It was looking too perfect.
Knowledge.
I ain't never had a haircut. Weed or weave? The one to
See, we all perceive knowledge in different ways. You know what I'm saying? Oh God, I wonder what they're gonna say to this fucking bit. Let me see. Most of these chicks
Come on, man.
Okay.
Hey, look, man, it's for the shirt. I got my shit though.
You lying to me?
It's there. You bald, bro.
Nigga, I need a little Beijing. Nope.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey,
My
how you
name's
doing?
Elsie.
Hey, Miss Elsie.
Hey. What y'all think?
Too many motherfucking persons. And I ain't trying to be disrespectful. But I ain't never wanted to date an African woman.
I'll keep you.
I like European women.
You keeping me, Woody?
I'm swiping left or whatever they say swipe.
Okay, but look though, my lady, I don't know if I told you. If one of them swipe you right, you in the game for the rest of the rounds. So you're still here. Charleston swipes you left. Woody swiped you right.
I like matching panties and bras and matching toenails and fingernails. Yeah, that's absent.
No, I don't.
I said, oh yes, ma'am. I'm just saying.
I like your pants though. Thanks for keeping me.
You up?
You don't think his britches too tight?
Nah, I fuck with him. I fuck with your pants.
This nigga hate anyway.
Hi, how are you? My name is Stardom Shay.
Hey, Miss Stardom Shay.
Yes.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
All right.
So based off appearance, Woody, Charleston, we swiping left, we swiping right.
I'm debating. I want to say swipe left because she got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 persons. But boy, that motherfucking gap. Boy, she got a motherfucking gap like a Man, yeah, I'm keeping them. I'm keeping
Oh
them,
my
baby.
God.
Shit. I'm keeping them from Jack.
Hold on. Woody, what we doing?
You heard the man.
All right, bet. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. And she got scars on them knees. And she she got scars on them knees, nigga. Keep up.
Hey, what do scars on the knees mean?
She don't mind getting on her knees cleaning. And shit, we won't keep up with it. Shit, we might get what we're looking for without
let
it.
him stay.
Shit.
Let him stay.
Yeah, yeah.
Please.
She can stay.
Yeah, she ain't even made it to the floor yet, Charleston.
She don't need to make it to the floor.
Can she introduce herself?
No.
Yeah, let her introduce herself.
I'm Martina.
Hey, how you doing, Miss Yellow Panties?
I'm good. How you doing?
All right.
Miss Yellow Panties.
She can stay. She got on yellow panties. Yeah,
I'm
nigga
glad
seen
you
them
see him.
panties from way over there.
You want to see him later?
Yeah. And she and finding no match. She
Oh
can
my
stay.
God.
Okay, bet. You still here. Yeah.
What do you think about these women and how they like are acting so far?
I feel sorry if their kids ever come across this shit.
Oh, fuck, you know, one day they're gonna be, and that's what they're always, you know what they say, like, the kids are gonna grow up and they're gonna be like, hey, I saw your mom has OnlyFans. And they're gonna be like, well, fuck you, your mom has an OnlyFans too.
Right. That's why I don't know. It's kind of the collapse.
Yeah, this shit.
The sad thing is, like, these are the fucking Orlock Destroyer fucking dude, that fucking tranny. Those are the kind of motherfuckers that get invited to the White House and get fucking ribbons for being brave and shit. You know what I mean?
There's a tranny is the leader, or is the Surgeon General.
See, that shit makes no fucking sense.
I believe some kind of like leader of the Air Force or some shit, like, is cut their own dick off.
I don't see how Pride Month being celebrated by the government is any different than if they had oh wow, you really plowed your wife award and they gave that shit out once a year. You know what I mean? That's the exact same fucking thing. Sexuality is too fucking public. And that's
Yeah, they're pushing. I don't like that, like, super sexual, like, sexualized shit. You know what I mean? It's weird.
It's too much.
Yeah,
It
and
kills,
it's like,
it kills your fucking morality.
it leads to freaky. You know, freaky sex is fucked up too. Just like talking, you know, freaky sex is being into all that shit. Like, you know, wanting to have threesomes and shit, and want, you know, sure, I know all that shit sounds good, but you know, that's immoral. You know, that's immoral. You know, and leading back to, you know, it was like we're talking about shit being immoral.
It's not so much the acts themselves. It's about the public gratification for it. You know what I mean? That's the problem. It's supposed to be stay out of my bedroom, my body, my choice. All right, motherfucker, keep your bedroom out of the goddamn streets. You know what I mean? Like, that's the line right there. Do what the fuck you want to do. Just do that shit in your fucking house. Don't bring it to the streets. Don't bring it to the fucking Kmart. Don't bring it to the goddamn gas station with you. You know what I mean? Keep that shit at home.
It's odd to me to see two dudes holding hands and kissing and shit at the Dairy Queen kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think this I'm just like, what the fuck?
See, that's where I'm kind of torn, because like I don't have anything against homosexuals. I'm a huge fan of the lesbians. Huge fan of the lesbians. Keep doing what you're doing, ladies. But it's the decency that fucking gets me. You know what I mean?
Oh, I was 1 year
known
off.
Both. But it's the same with anything. You got to get accustomed to certain things. It kind of grosses me out seeing two dudes fucking kissing. You know what I mean? Like, I think, you know, like, this fucking. But I don't like seeing a dude and a chick making out either.
I was about to say that. Yep. No, that's like this. That's for like alone, right?
Right. it's all about intent. Like, okay, here's a goodbye kiss, boom, you keep it moving. That's perfectly acceptable in my opinion for a societal standpoint. But to sit there and be 3 fingers deep in a fucking butthole and tongue down this motherfucker, I mean, it's not. Take that shit in fucking side, bro. You know what I mean? There's got to be some kind of fucking decorum.
Now, how do you feel about if a chick has a blanket covering herself breastfeeding? That's chill, but in my opinion, if a chick just fucking pulls her titties out and just starts feeding the child for everybody to see the titties, I don't think that's cool.
Yeah, keep it covered. Keep it covered.
Like I don't, that's like there like the fucking chicks that do that out there, and you're like, damn, like I have no desire to look towards it, but still, like you got to think, like there are like probably fucked up people out there that would, you know what I'm saying, kind of shit, and just like I don't know, just
oh yeah, absolutely. There's a million motherfuckers who would lock that away in the fucking spank bank.
Kind of deal, you know what I'm saying? So they're like, oh shit, titties. I was
gonna say that's the modesty thing. Keep it covered. You know?
That's it all circles back.
I'm not a fan of yoga pants either.
Oh God, yeah, that causes and Jesus himself said to avoid lustful thoughts that come to the eye. He said that it's better to pluck your own eye out and throw it away than it is to look at a woman and think like sexual thoughts about her.
Right. That's just like modesty. Modesty is what this country needs.
Like, see, you can look at a woman and think it like that, like, oh God, this chick, I want to fuck the shit out of her. Or you could look at her also in a way like, oh, this woman is so amazing, without even think of the sexual thing of it.
Honesty comes from virtue. You know what I mean? You've got to be a virtuous person in the overall essence. You know what I mean? But how do you get to be a virtuous person if you're born into a corrupt system of, you know what I mean? That's the culture. That's the hard thing. So I don't fault ladies completely, even though, and I quote, bitches be crazy, end quote. It's not all their fault. You know what I mean? Just like everybody, we've been.
Sorry.
Just like everybody, we've been programmed to think a certain way and behave a certain way, whether it's on the female side or the man side. You know what I mean? So there's fault on both sides.
Yeah, and you make a very, very, very good point, dude. Like, is there a way to break past though? How do you think you get past that program? And do we need to get past it, or do we need to kind of like tune it, kind of? Shane.
Honest, yeah. I mean, make bullying great again. Real shit. That's sometimes society needs to tell you, you look like a fucking retard. Stop doing that. You know what I mean? That's what it takes. Anybody who grew up in the 80s and anything before that, y'all know what I'm talking about. At one point, everybody had a bully. Some people had it worse than others. Some people were the bullies. But that development of the fight or flight or freeze, you know what I mean? You establish yourself in those times. You're like, oh, you finally get, I don't need a litter box in the goddamn classroom because I'm going to get beat the fuck up and shoved in a locker after school kind of situation. You know what I mean? Like, we need to bring that back. And not abuse, but a reality check. You know what I mean? Like I say, I'm not pro abuse. Obviously, there's some bullies who take too far and deserve to be thrown down some stairs and shit. But for the overall, shame needs to be introduced to the younger generations. Let them know that, hey, what you're doing is fucking stupid. Stop doing it. And just flat out tell them, don't fucking do that. Just stop. Don't do that. And that's literally what people need to start doing.
Like off of Game of Thrones, whenever Cersei has had to walk butt-ass naked down the street, and he's saying, shame, 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 whore. Throwing fruits and vegetables. What if they put one of those damn the Publix in the public square? They put one of those little posts that you put your arms and your head through, and you just have to sit there, and people will come up.
I'm pro stocks.
fucking people come up and fucking smear shit in your face kind of situation. Like,
Yeah, I was watching a deal the other day. It was about over in England back in its heyday kind of situation. They had punishments for gossip and slander and being a drunkard in public and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So like if you were one of them old biddies who just ran your mouth about everybody, they would tie you to a giant stick and they would dunk you in and out of the fucking river. You know what I mean? And just basically waterboard your ass and be like, "You gonna keep running your mouth, bitch? You gonna keep telling everybody business?" You know what I mean? Like if you were public, if you got caught drinking like stupid drunk in public, that's where the barrel thing came from. You know what I mean? They put in that giant barrel to where your arms were stuck out vertically the whole time, and you'd have to literally walk around like community service. You know what I mean? Like that kind of shit. The chain gang. That's what always fucked me up too. Is people who have never experienced the court system, never went to jail, never been pulled over by a fucking cop, are the same motherfuckers who are trying to sit here and say equal rights for prisoners and it's abusive and inhumane and all this other shit. So we lost the work camps, we lost the chain gangs and all this other fucking shit. Now prisoners are just fucking soft little Boy Scouts who, I mean, with this modern culture, are allowed to be fucking gay. So you're really not teaching anything. You just kind of turn prisons into a giant monkeypox factory. You know what I mean? Like there's no lesson in that. If you brought back the chain gangs and that kind of shit, you know what I mean? Where people actually had to be on the side of the fucking road and get embarrassed. You know what I mean? Like all that shit. Bring all that fucking shit back. Y'all hear the crickets and the cows in the background? I don't have a light. I'm out here, but here you go. Smoke them if you got them, yo. Bro, leave it alone.
When you see these ads, it's fun.
The 27-time Paralympic Games medalist Teresa Perales earlier today. We'll be looking for a top 5 finish, he says. Danilenko, Araujo, and Abarza on the podium. Two of these swimmers struggling to.
What are we watching right now?
He'll use almost. Well, he gets off to a blistering start, does Araujo, uses that underwater as well, and he's got 15 meters to use, and he'll use almost all of it as well. As he breaks water, he is well in front of any other swimmer in the pool. Danilenko and Abarza.
In the Olympics, people talked about so much. All
that shit hurt my back.
Look at the start. He uses the towel. He places it in his feet, and then he uses it.
Was this the Special Olympics deal? Or the Paralympics? You ain't got no volume. Can't hear a thing you're saying. Nope. Come a little bit closer to the microphone. A little bit closer. A little bit farther away. Back up a little bit.
What? Are we good?
Back up a little bit. Now come a little bit closer.
How about now?
Now come a little bit closer.
How about now?
Now back up a little bit. Just a little bit. A little bit closer. No, too far. Come closer. I'll fuck with you. You're good.
Do you think any of those dudes in these in the Paralympic swim squad? Do you think that they get chicks?
Absolutely.
Fuck yeah. Especially that Brazilian fucker. No.
There's somebody for everybody. Even even if it's clout chasing.
Dude, there's somebody that fucks Gorlak the Destroyer, dude. So yeah, there's somebody for everybody.
Right. That's a fact check true.
Yeah.
I mean That right there is the poster child for why terrorists hate us, and you can't really blame them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you gotta fucking, we've got to be the weirdest country there is.
What are we talking about, chat? What's going on? Anybody up in there? I don't have my chat on, so I don't know.
Let me
My thing
see.
says I haven't checked it in 195 comments.
Damn. No, chat is going crazy right now. JT, he's going through some shit with women. But I don't know. I could be far behind as well because
How old is this JT?
he's 27. He's 27. Am I muted still?
No, I can hear you. You're good. That was old. Those probably up a little bit.
But he that's around the time whenever I started going and coming across, like, honestly, I think that's how I inadvertently also came across like the other shows. Like, that's how I came across like Angry Prepper, then Tribe, then you. I saw you on both. I saw you on Angry Prepper first, and I was like, damn, these guys fuck with each other. Then I saw y'all was fucking with each other. But it all started though. I came across his shit during COVID. Whenever I was watching some stuff like this, I don't know what the algorithm was doing at the time, but kind of cool.
All I would say is you are young enough to still be the prize. So get yourself right. You got a long life to live. You know what I mean? You don't have one of them biological clocks. You can make babies. Shit, look at fucking Mick Jagger and them sons of bitches. They're making babies all the way up in their goddamn 70s. You ain't got no rush. Just get yourself right, and everything will fall into place. Everything, you know what I mean? Shit works out for itself. Stressing over shit and chasing shit. Self-control is what's gonna get you to where you want to be.
100%. Yeah, you're stressing out, doing shit, chasing shit. That's gonna like lead more to your downfall. Let me see. I'm trying to. He said there's an AI for chat. Somebody in chat, give us a rundown of what y'all was saying, please. Damn, it's a battle of the sexes going on in here.
A crush is
Let's go over this. Yeah, let's examine this and go from there.
What was that say?
I have a crush on a woman currently, but in the past I had women I like, and it's like a mistake to approach them with serious intentions. It turns them off. That's bad boys first for women, apparently. Well, I feel.
If that's the case, then it's a waste of a crush. Rejection is the whole point. You want more rejections than you want approvals. That's how you know you're on the right track. You know what I mean? Because don't go looking for what you want. Try to find what likes you. You know what I mean? Just because you got a crush, that could be superficial shit. You want to try to get the whole thing. Crushes are that's fucking teenage shit. You got to know the person.
Exactly. Yes, sir. Yeah, a crush, like you don't have a crush. You're in lust with her, and you're an ego. Your ego, it's like Patrice says, your ego is making you feel like, oh God, I have a crush on this chick, but you're really lusting after her, and your ego is attached to that lust.
And look at it this way: if she said yes, what do you have to offer? Honestly, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Is that going to put you in a? Is that going to put you in a position of jealousy because everybody else that she associates with has got something that you don't have? You know what I mean? Is that going to turn you into a toxic person and kill the whole vibe anyway? That's why I say know yourself before you try to do anything. Crushes it's childish shit.
Mhm.
You're damn near 30. It's time to be a man and get your shit right. Have your future secure before you even start worrying about any of this other shit.
Exactly. I look at it like this too. You look at yourself in the mirror and tell yourself, would I like if I was a chick, would I fuck me? And the answer that you tell yourself honestly, you're like, fuck no. And then you go from there, you work on yourself as Hutch has been saying, and everything will kind of fall in line. But once you really find that knowledge, though, it's not easy to lose. It's not easy to lose. You got to really fuck up to lose this knowledge once you gain it. Touch. Oh yeah. Now, as far as though having something to offer to a woman, now like it's kind of like like you don't want to just go. I feel like you don't just go up to chicks and just like start being like being weird. It's almost like not being weird, but to them it'd be weird. Like hey, I just want to let you know I just met you. I want to let you know like I want to be with you. That to me that's not a good approach to the situation. You'd go just to be like, hey, how's it going? My name is such and such, but with 100% naturalness and with no hint of hey, how's it going? Definitely don't want to do it like that because that's going to set a bad tone for the encounter. And then you as it goes along, you're talking to them, it's about being it's about being charming, and it's not something that it's something that comes to you naturally that you learn. It's not something you can be taught.
If you're scared to approach her, that means you don't think you have enough to offer. And if you're not comfortable with what you don't have, then you're not ready.
Yes, because you're coming up to the chick like, oh, fuck, I ain't shit. This chick won't. Why the fuck I don't fuck with, like, you know what I mean? Damn it.
That's why I say crushes are teenage shit. Big boy shit is actual substance. You know what I mean? Investments of time.
Exactly. Yeah, and I have the feeling exactly. Like you need to you need to find yourself before you start pursuing women more. And it's really like a chick. Sure, like I don't want to. I don't know what your situation 100% is, but like, where are you going with these chicks? That you're having crushes on them. You're not approaching them. Like, what is your love life like? What is the love like of Justakina like?
Are you looking for a wife, or are you just trying to run through some fucking meat socks real quick?
Yeah, kind of type of shit.
Because then you got to look. If you're actually trying to do something, you're at that age where kids can be involved real easy. Shit, nowadays, a motherfucker less than 30 can have 3 or 4 kids. You know what I mean? So it's, are you ready to take that commitment to be a stepdaddy, or are you just trying to hit it and quit it? You know what I mean? Because that plays a whole different fucking role there too. That's a whole different mindset.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, and that's once you start getting like to our age, people like more up into our as you're getting, it's like how many players, elite, high level players in the NBA, the NFL, any major sports, how many of them do you know that are 30 plus years old? Not many, right? So you got to kind of like cultivate this knowledge and cultivate this finding of yourself while you're still somewhat younger, because the older you get, the closer you're getting to being retired. Now you can enter retirement like Michael Jordan. You feel me? He stayed in the league a long time, but as he retired, he was able to retire successfully. Or you could be like who's a player that ended up not having shit a lot because they were not prepared. I'm gonna try it. trying to think of like, and LeBron, he is still in the game right now, but that's special. That's case by case basis. But he's
Well,
nowhere
listen,
near the level he was when he was younger.
yeah.
So you got to kind of cultivate it while you can. I feel like but it's never too late.
Did he respond on his
Let me see his response. Fuck it, let her go. Let's see his response. He said something about some other person might be pursuing her too. You don't want to get involved in into a love triangle, 2 dudes pursuing 1 chick. Fuck that. He wants to have his crush as his friend. He said he might aim for
Don't do
that.
that. Oh, fuck, that's bitch shit. I mean, do you want real talk? That's fucking shit. Don't do that. You're gonna voluntarily put yourself in the friend zone, put some dirt on your lap, and grow a pair of fucking nuts because that is bitch shit. Don't do that.
Yeah, do not do that. Yeah, and if it's a chick that you felt,
borderline stalking shit. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's like you're wanting to
don't do
keep almost like keeping tabs of it. Oh, no, let me finish the thing he said though, and be emotionally unavailable to other women and date and hook up with women while still having my. But that's fucked. So you want to be emotionally available to this chick. So every time some dude that she fucks, she's gonna get the shit fucked out of her by some guy. He's gonna leave the next day. She's gonna call you crying, saying, "Fuck, can we go out to dinner?" And you're gonna pay for her dinner while she got the shit fucked out of her. And let me tell you this: that kind of whatever that kind of situation is, I guarantee she's gonna have more access to dick than you are going to have access to getting laid by chicks. So do not enter this situation.
Sometimes strangers and acquaintances need to stay strangers and acquaintances. You know what I mean? That's creepy as
Keep
fuck,
it
bro.
at that. Yeah, and if you guys work together as well, if it's something like you guys know each other on a personal level, then that's going to get into your personal life. They're going to start saying, "Damn, JT is a motherfucking is like, JT like fucking was there for me whenever this dude fucked me last night, and I was able to hit him up, and he's able to call me. He's kind of scares me a little bit. Nothing too crazy. I'm speaking a hypothetical point of view. And you don't want that.
Right, you know what I mean? Next thing you know, checking trunk fibers and shit. Yeah, don't do that. Don't ever put yourself in a fucking backup position because you automatically castrate yourself. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, you just you do not. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of stress for you. That's gonna be a lot on your mental. You're gonna be thinking you're
emotionally available. What?
That is women's terminology.
That's so fucking bruh.
The terminology was I don't think I've been on some low level, not I want to say low level. I've been on some like not as masculine shit as that, but what was the term again, Hutch?
I already forgot. I'm high as fuck.
What was the term? What the fuck did he say? Oh, emotionally available.
Oh, yeah.
That's some shit a woman says, dude. You don't want like you can't talk the same way that the women talk. You know what I'm saying? Like that to me, in my opinion, you can't be all like if a woman is yelling and screaming at you, you're not gonna want to do that. If a woman is trying to be like, let's be friends,
you're setting yourself up for so much mental abuse and emotional abuse. It makes no sense. Or you're addicted to the pain.
That's probably what
that right there shows that you don't know who you are yet. If you're willing to sit there for the off chance random person that you found attractive at one moment in your life becomes the center of your fucking emotional escape, you need to get your shit right because you ain't right in the head. Like real talk. Like I'm not saying this to be mean. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Like you can ask Pilgrim. Whenever I talk to Pilgrim about this shit, this is the exact same way I talk to him about this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So like I'm not picking on you, but yeah, you gotta get your shit right because that makes no sense. If you're willing to give yourself away like that physically, mentally, emotionally. That shit's gonna drain you in every possible way. Just for the chance that this random stranger will accept you, you're not right. Fix yourself.
Look. You're already fantasizing about being with her and having this life and liking her a lot. You haven't even asked her out yet, Pimp. How are you gonna be? You know, and the Yankee sums it up the best. He says, "Ask her out on a date. If she says no, walk away." It's like take your ball and leave. If the other kids don't want to play with you, take your ball from the court and go home. And
Because then when you're going to start getting jealous, or if she gets into drama with her boyfriend, then all of a sudden you got an enemy that you ain't never fucking met just because she's mad at this dude, but she turns out to be some toxic crazy bitch like most of these fucking younger chicks are. And then you're fighting dude for no reason. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. You're putting yourself in a position to cause so much unnecessary drama.
Yeah, you need to get away from that, discover yourself. Because like it sounds like if you were to like get into a relationship with a woman, you might be more like trying to be more controlling of her. You know, you want your woman to naturally want to listen. You don't want, like as we said earlier though, once you're already well established with them, shit gets out of hand, you got to put shit down. However, you cannot be you haven't even like hung out with the chick yet, buddy. Like you and I'm sure in all of our opinion, this is no slack on you. I love having you here as a new listener. I'm trying to give you this advice, and so is he. Like you cannot be stuck on this, because this is like, and it's like I'm gonna read some more of your comments and shit as well. We got some more. I am scared to ask. And I'm glad that he's here. I'm glad that we're able to talk him through this. I'm glad that this has come up as something to talk about, because I've wanted to talk about this kind of stuff since I've had my revelations. I don't know if you remember some of the shit I was talking about compared to what I am talking about now.
Yeah, I noticed it.
So you have like a special get off of this girl. Fuck, don't fuck with this bitch. He's like I mean I'm.
Hold on, put that back up.
I'm gonna have a quick thing to say real quick, kind of connected. Like as far as like the game go talking, it's not game. Real game is no game. Real game is no game. That just the confidence in who you are as a person is enough to get a woman to like want to fuck with you.
Is he trying to say that he's got fucking like the butterflies in his stomach and shit, and emotionally unavailable is not the right term?
Yes, I don't understand how he can have listened to Patrice O'Neal and say that kind of shit, but I do believe he is saying that.
Yankee said it the best. It's plain and simple. It's 50-50 shot. Hey, you wanna go do something?
Let's see, and if she says no, don't be like, oh fuck you, bitch, kind of. What I'm saying? Don't start twitching. Just be like, turn around, and be like, hey, that's totally fine. I was just wondering. Let's go. Turn around, keep it smooth, keep it natural. Don't be stumbling. Don't be like twitchy. Just keep. Just kind of like that. But if you don't know her yet and haven't talked to her that good yet, get to know her first. But it sounds like she has already. Tell me again, is she your friend already or what? And what kind of knowledge have y'all shared with each other too? I want to know that. I want to know what she's telling, like blah blah blah. Has it been a situation where she's been like, yeah, I've been talking this. Listen, I've been talking to Todd. Todd's been talking to me.
What does he mean by go back to his last one? He wants to date her and see if that gets it out of his system.
Oh yeah. Let me see.
What do
Chatty
you
going
mean by
crazy.
date her? Is that like holding hands and sharing milkshakes or Netflixing and chilling? You know what I mean? Is there a sexual component to that dating her? Because if there is, then it's not a crush. You just got a fucking hard on. Go punch one out in the shower and keep it moving.
You're in lust, and you are an ego.
Because honestly, just from the way that I understood that is if you feel like you have to go through the whole process to find out, you know what I mean? Like, maybe it'll go away. Then you know what I mean? You're kind of setting yourself up. You're leaving the door open.
I cannot find his message. You delete that message. Don't be embarrassed. We ain't making fun of you. We are here. We all in here together.
But like I said, yeah, Yankee said it best. It's 50-50 shot. If it's serious, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's I go ahead and give us 100% rundown real quick. How do you know this girl? No. Fuck talking about this girl. Fuck girls for a second. What have you been doing to actively improve your life? What do you like? Do you have? What are your goals? What are your dreams? What are your aspirations?
Where do you work?
What kind of shit?
Where
Yeah,
do you
what do
live?
you do for a living? Like, are you in a city? What? Tell it. Break it down for us, pimp. Because we've all known each other for a long time here in the chat. You're kind of new. I'm liking your energy a lot. We're helping you. We're getting through this together. Tell us about you.
This is definitely not where I thought that this live stream was going to end up. But I'm a pack of bowl, and I guess I'm here for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm smoking. I'm gonna take a piss real quick too. So you read this one? Okay, let me
Hold on,
see.
I'm getting there.
I'm peeing.
Just ask her out. I mean, if it's that situation, just flat out ask her out. But all the stalkery shit, you know what I mean? Don't do that. Just literally flat out ask her. It's not a hard concept. I mean, if you're around her like that, you know what I mean? Or be like, hey, if you work together, be like, shit, go have lunch with her. You know what I mean? Some shit like that. It's a simple concept. But I'm pro. Just go for it. But I am the emotionally available shit. No, that's not. What's going on, chat? I don't know who's in chat because I didn't hit the button. So, what up, chat? It's been a very long day. I've been mowing.
All right. Oh, I have. Oh, my volume. All right, let me go see. Let me see.
I think we have come to the consensus that he just needs to either ask her out or keep it moving.
Yeah, it's not good to be too stuck on any unless it's something that's going to improve. Like it's good to be upset. Instead of being obsessed with finding a girlfriend or being in a relationship, be obsessed with opening your own business. Be obsessed with getting a promotion at work. Be obsessed with getting a side hustle. Be obsessed with be obsessed with something that's going to improve you.
Did he answer? I mean, he said they work together, but he didn't say what they do. Are y'all factory workers? Are you burger flippers? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that could factor into it as well. You don't want to be, that could definitely factor into it as well. Because if it's like some shit, like if you're the boss and she's one of the employees, and that's kind of like That's a little thing. Be like, hey, I'm the boss, you know, kind of shit. Yeah. Let me see. Very comfortable with her, like, but just because like a lot of like with dudes and chicks, like a lot of times dudes we will confuse what women say and do and how they look with flirtation.
Right.
Whenever it's just
Sometimes
their way of friendliness.
passing time. Yeah. Like I mean I get it, but it like again I'm just broken record. If if you say and you're feeling like that, then I mean because I mean this is the same thing I told Pilgrim too. Like you're 27, you're too old for fucking girlfriends. It's you know what I mean. You better start figuring out your fucking life.
Yeah, you need to
So
find your woman.
right, a fling. If it's a fling, just keep it moving. You're too old for that shit. You know what I mean? I had a counselor that told me back in the day, there's nothing worse than an aging hippie, right? It's that whole concept. Still trying to run around being a fuck boy when you're damn near 30 years old, and you should have your life some kind of foundation established at that point. You know what I mean? Like it's all good and well when you're 22, 23, running around, but when you're at that age, you're actually becoming a man. You know what I mean? You should have your shit right.
Oh, they work in a gym, dude. Are you trying to tell me you're some muscle bound fool and this like you tripping on some shit like this? That's this. You need to got the steroids, is what it is.
But not everybody is a fucking a steroid freak. You know what I mean. There's a lot of cyclists and shit out there.
So and it seems like he's got some cool shit going on for him. It seems like though, you know what I'm saying? Like working at a gym, that seems kind of chill.
Is that the future though? Is that the place you're going to retire from?
Yeah, I mean, it might not necessarily be a retirement job, but
I mean, because real shit, you're coming up on 30. You should. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Get yourself right first, and you know if it's meant to happen, it's meant to happen. You can ask a lot of people, a lot of missed opportunities in everybody's life, but the one they were supposed to find always comes. You know what I mean? Like it happens when it's supposed to happen, but you got to get your shit right. You know what I mean? Like so, it's the same thing I told Pilgrim a couple years back. You get your finances right, get yourself established. I mean, Pilgrim's got a kid, so it's a different kind of deal. But you know what I mean?
I was still fucking with hoes though. But I had my bills paid. I was saving money. But I grew up past that. However, I was still being a good dad. I still doing all this shit. Still being respectful. Still making people comfortable with me. But
he was running through them like a motherfucker.
yes, sir. But it was like it was different because I had more to offer. I had more going on, but it wasn't like if after these that's why I was talking about going back to the righteous womanizing versus emotional like womanizing just to like use chicks for rides and shit or being obsessed with the chick. Like I'm like, hey, it's like I don't control you, don't control me. This is my phase. And that's a different situation. But I don't look at that shit though with any kind of like, oh, I fucked all these bitch chicks or all that, you know. I look at it, you know, like it was a part of the growth. But it's that was a whole and that came from your teachings though. Some of that came from some of your teaching. I use some of your teachings for nefarious purposes.
No. I mean it works. That's the thing about it is pimping works the exact same way. It's all psychology, whether it's for good or for evil. The exact same foundation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And
that's old school pimping. That's old school pimping, dude. Like that's the old school is the best school. You know what I'm saying? Like, but they that's next level pimping though. That's not pimping 101 though. I think we've gone a few chapters ahead in pimpology.
I think we've actually. I don't think we've evolved. I think we've regressed in everything. Because some things, if something has worked since the dawn of fucking time, Why are we so arrogant to think that we can create little loopholes to make it better when it's literally worked this entire time? Why, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I mean?
See, but yeah, because people think that the next people coming up think that they know better, kind of shit. You know, it's probably like, you know, like back in like the 60s, for instance, like that. Well, their parents are born in the 20s. They're probably thinking, like, what the fuck is going on with our kids? It's been like that ever since. But he said, but I need to keep her acquainted with me. Is what you don't need her for anything, player. Yeah, a pimp don't need a woman, dude. And pimping isn't polyamory. Pimping isn't abusiveness. Pimping is having to. In my definition, I'm sure Hutch shares the same idea. Pimping is a lifestyle that comes with experience, and it's not beating women, fucking women, getting money off of women. It's getting women's natural. The woman that you're with, like my girl that I'm with, my woman I'm with, is an amazing woman. She naturally is submissive towards me. But I don't give her any reason to be afraid of me. I don't give her any reason to want to cower before me. But she is naturally submissive to me because I am a natural man. Make her feel like a natural woman. But you got to figure out your natural manness first before you get a woman, and get off of this woman shit. And what do you want to be with your life, JT?
Yeah.
Type of shit, basically. You know, and I did kind of find my woman a little bit later in my life, but to me, like this, and it's not no shit where like what I say goes in the house. It's not no shit where I'm in control of everything. It's like I value what she says and we do it. But if I'm saying something, I'm meaning it, and she knows that I'm not going to lead her on a bad path. You know what I'm saying? That's something else that a woman will naturally attract themselves to. They're like, damn, this guy is going to lead me on a good path. You want to be able to have that vibe about yourself. Like, where are you heading? You might not be there yet, but if you are heading on the path, if you had a chick is gonna naturally, she's gonna be like, damn, this is a go getter. This is somebody. He's on point. Like let me fuck with this guy.
And then it's another thing too. I mean, you gotta, like I say, always just go for it. I mean, it's a 50-50 shot. Like, hey, can I take you to get something to eat after this? She says no. Boom, just keep it moving. You know what I mean? Just read the situation. But if you try to do I think she's cute, I'm gonna stare at her from a distance kind of thing. You know what I mean? Don't do that. But then if she says no, or even if she says yes, can you sit there and watch how many other dudes hit on her every day at work? You know what I mean? Like so it comes down to that. Are you jealous to where like, oh, she's going on a date with me. Why is this fucking dude over here laughing with her? You know what I mean? Like, are you one of those kind of people? You know what I mean? Like all that makes a difference.
I had a buddy. He had finally gotten with a girl he wanted to be with, but I got fucked up because they were watching Game of Thrones, and there was Jason Momoa, for instance. And he got extremely fucking like psychotic, I guess, with this chick, I heard, because she was like saying, wow, he's hot. And then he's like, well, you don't want to be like that.
Yeah. Cause see, that's my brother's that kind of way. He's attracted to what they are, but as soon as he gets the tiniest little leadway, he tries to lock a bitch down. Like, no, boom, you know what I mean? I got this new, like he's fucking full blown psycho with it. So I've seen
Dude,
I've seen people who are too soft and too romantic and just come off like fucking cucks, and then the super controlling motherfuckers. All that makes a difference. Because I say, if you're one of those people, then you should not be dating.
Fuck no, dude. Like, nah, dude. Because like, I don't know. Like that goes back to predatoriness in the pimping game, though. Because a lot of them, they look for chicks that they could easily do that shit to. Let me see. Dude, you need to. Oh my god. You see what he said? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you a real pimp player interview. I'm gonna show you an interview from. Let me see.
JT, everything you're saying is kind of circling back to being a little bit redundant.
Yes,
Comfortable with emotionally unavailable. You're kind of all over the place.
Let me show you this. I'm gonna show you an interview from a movie. A personal favorite of mine. I watch this once a year. It's called Pimps Up, Hoes Down. This is the Bishop Don Juan. See, this is gonna. I was gonna say. I was gonna show you guys. Okay. Listen to this, JT.
I'm telling you, man, I go to the game.
Do you think that he's sitting here obsessing over some woman that he don't even know likes him or not? He ain't even caring about that shit.
Game bangers, I go to the pimp. I go what you consider to the outcast of society. I'm their bishop. The people crown me to be their bishop. I love the Lord, but I respect what a man do. That's right. If that's what he got to do. And I believe that if a person set out to be something, try to be the best of whatever you set out to be. Go to school first, young man. I am. Look at that young man here reading the pimp book, Jack. Trying to get some knowledge into the game. Yeah, we give him about 10 years, he may take the crown in the pimp game. He's reading the good book. They better all get that book from Pimp Stick to Pulpit. It's magic by the Don Magic Wand. Hey, boy, I'm telling you, once you put that book up, you ain't gonna never want to put it down, man. I'm telling you, this can affect the rest of your life. That's right. I'm telling you, man, it'll change you, young blood. Next thing you know, you be wanting to pimp. Just cause I pimp, I didn't want my son to pimp because it didn't necessarily mean he was gonna make it like me. Didn't want my daughter to be a hoe because she might not have been able to make it. Oh, she would have made it right. Well, we'd have to give her some direction. You know, I ain't mad at him. Don't let this glamour, these birds and these diamonds and these tailor-made suits and gaiters and things that new Cadillac out there fool you. Hey, the penitentiary come with all this. Yeah, don't let it fool you, young man. The penitentiary come with all this. Go to school, get your education. Because when you start pimping, hey, man, it's worth for to use your mind.
He's telling him to pursue his future instead of pursue women.
Than it is to lift this whole building. Woo, man, gonna go through some changes. Don't do that to yourself. Stay in school, get you a good job, do the right thing. Because pimping ain't easy, but I know somebody had to do it. Right, right. I want you to know I started off real early in my career as a pimp. It's this thing about money. You learn about it so fast early in life, and you want plenty of it. And you watch TV and see some of the things on TV that you wish you could have, or cars you wish you could drive, houses you wish you could live in. Come up in a home, no father, 7 sisters and brothers. I mean, mother on welfare. Dropped out of school early so I could get me some paper. Y'all ready, man? Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's go on and do it, baby. The party's going on, Josh. Man. Hey, baby, y'all take care, baby. All right, baby. See you at the Players Ball, okay? My role model next door wasn't no doctor or lawyer. I mean, I'm either watching a pimp come out with 3, 4, 5 girls, or I'm watching a dope dealer come out and get into a slick, fine automobile. You know what I mean? I tried to work, man, but it just wasn't in my blood. It wasn't my thing. I tried. I mean, honestly, I tried, but it really wasn't my bag. And what I would do is I would get to know the guys at the job and let them know that I had a girl that was willing to do whatever they wanted to do with her for a small fee. Because these was working guys. I was working on what they call like the graveyard.
That's what you need to be doing at that gym. You need to try to be like, hey, baby, let's try to get like some money together now. To those guys going there working out, be like, I'm just kidding. Do not do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
Do not do that. That's definitely, they're gonna have to be looking for a new job and shit. Probably move out of town kind of situation. Like,
This.
Let me show you guys. Let me show you this real quick. I don't know if I've shown you this.
This is a very secret society in which I am a member of. I got my name about 18 or 20 years ago. On the low end, actually, before I really got my feet wet in the game, right? And some brothers just started calling me white folks, and ever since then, it just stuck. I was about 20 when I really started getting my feet wet. And really, getting this ism under my belt as far as how to communicate, how to dress, how to finesse. But, I got educated in the hood. I feel like
he
that
talks
was,
about that.
A blessing for me, being Caucasian, and to be able to come to the other side of the fence, and be accepted, and also be able to do some of the things that some of the great Macs of the past that have done. Also, to be recognized cross country. About the last 10 years, I started having a lot of white girls. One thing about white girls, they get less problems with the police, They don't get that much static. Black bitch be wanting to get in the street and act stupid, be wanting to fight with the tricks and fight with the police and talk crazy, and she can't take care of no business like that. I think a lot of white hoes is more marketable. Tricks seem to buy more pussy from a white girl for some reason. I don't think that the females respect the game like they once did, because there are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of renegades and outlaws. That's a female that's working and doesn't have a man. A bitch is not supposed to be in a pimp's face unless she's choosing. First of all, a bitch is not supposed to be looking at a pimp. When a pimp ride by, they're supposed to be looking at the motherfucking curb.
This is 1997.
And when she look up at a pimp, she can be broke for reckless eyeballing.
A bitch can be broke for reckless eyeballing.
When I say
I didn't mean to say
eyeballing,
that with you.
that means that she's making eye contact with the pimping. And she may not even be with that man. That's the reason why I say the game has changed. In the old days, she'd be under pimp arrest. Pimp arrest is when a bitch was placed under arrest for violating rules. Subject to get broke. If she made any money, you understand, if the bitch had any jewelry, anything of value, she had to automatically come up with it because she was in violation. I know it's motherfuckers that's still pimping like that. There are risks, right
Is
along
this
with
the
any
shit
job.
that you be sitting around
just like
watching
being a
all the time?
policeman or
No. Back in the day, I watched this heavily. Whenever I was compiling all my knowledge together.
fire.
I heard he was actually. This all taking place in Chicago, 1997. The Players Ball, Big Pimp Award. Let me show you this shit real quick. There's a part whenever that he's at the table with like 5 of his hoes, and they all put their hands together like this, and they say, "Let's go." Let me see. No, this was one of the
What's up, chat?
greatest documentaries of all time. What up, chat?
What up, chat? I don't have my chat on, but hello. I'm just as lost as y'all are. I didn't. This might be the wildest live I've ever fucking been on.
Oh, this shit is the crazy shit, dude. Yeah, You never heard about the pimping like that? On this level of this is from back in your day.
I've read the Dolomite fucking manuscript many a time front cover.
Legendary Dolomite. That's he's the originator of the whole like the pimp subculture. I feel like
That was all made up though. It was a persona. It wasn't a real person.
it's crazy how like personas evolve into like how fake shit can evolve into like being fake shit can evolve into people like taking it for real life shit, and affects the whole culture.
See, when I was around about, man, I think 11 years old, right? They had my babysitter around there, right? And everybody in the neighborhood used to come knock at my door because my babysitter, she used to just set it out, right? Before I knew it, I was getting $5 a while.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying? I was 11 years old, man. Then as I grew up, man, I manifested, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm doing it my best. Y'all get dressed, man, because I'm about ready to go, you know? Everybody loves a star.
Wait.
Hey, this gonna be the real thing here tonight.
Oh, yeah. All about to a real pimp.
These women are bowing to him.
I like this here. This is all right.
What they do is not right, but just like how his like woman loves him is like we can all take grains of salt from pimps and players like this. Obviously, like I do not condone what they do.
I do. I 100% condone what they do. It's a free market.
It's the oldest business.
I've known a few in my day, and just like with any business, some are assholes and some are actually pretty decent people. You know what I mean?
Hutch said, G Nana asked for you to turn on your chat.
If I turn on chat, I can't see my screen. Oh, I put the wrong button. Hold on.
Let's see.
Just make me. You dressed to impress tonight, though. They know it's a gay little affair when you walk in the door.
Last year, we turned it out last year. See what I'm saying? But this year, they going to be expecting us to do a little slipping, right?
Right.
A little slipping going on. We going to come, even though we ain't have everything together this year how we really wanted it. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
We're going to keep them spirits up.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? Yeah, they're going to make us winners right there.
Oh, my God.
Oh, ups and downs. We all still around. Ups and downs. You know, I'm having all my wife-in-laws on the side. I mean, all gonna jam. Yep. Yeah. See, that's all she think about some champagne. You gonna step, because we're gonna do our little routine. I like you. Okay, I got y'all feet ready.
Oh, he's trying to see.
Put it like this. Ain't nothing I like better than a happy hooker. For real. As long as you're happy, I'm all right.
Than a happy hooker.
I guess that motto a little bit. That's about it. There won't be no working at the ball tonight. No working at all. See what I'm saying? Let me catch you over there talking to Jody or Bob about going in his pockets and all that. Not none.
No, at work 24 hours a day. Ain't no break.
Ain't no working tonight, man. This is a family, right?
Yeah.
It's a family.
Yes. Can't be mad.
Let me get it.
Yes. Teamwork. Yes. Teamwork.
This is for my black brother.
You watch some weird shit. You know what's fucked up is what was that 97?
Yeah, dude, that was like that's. I don't think the pimping is anywhere near as hardcore as today as it was back then.
No.
Fuck no. But back in the 40s, it was more hardcore than that, though. They used to beat the hookers with called the coat hanger whippings. They'd beat the shit out of them with a coat hanger, make them sit in an ice bath, and then they'd go in the bathroom and give them a hug and kiss and be like, "I love you, baby. I want you to know I didn't mean to do kind of shit." And then they would like psychologically affect the prostitute. This is all straight up from he wrote Pimp. He's the guy that's the original, like, he's a college educated guy and everything, but he just chose to go for the pimp life. I'm trying to remember his name.
Well, see, I'll put it this way. I condone it in the fact that if
I will look
if
for
it
the
was,
PDF.
a brothel situation, like the bunny ranch and all that shit out in Nevada. The walking around on the streets, no, I'm not. I don't like that. But you know what I mean. The make brothels great again. You know what I mean. There's enough people out there willing to fucking give it away.
In Peru, they had a brothel situation set up there in Peru. That seemed pretty legit. Now, I didn't go visit it myself, but my buddies told me about it.
Hey, you got to leave the comments up longer.
Let me see. I think she is in relations to the pimp shit. Here, real quick, let me show you this real quick. This is from a movie called The Deliverance. You need to watch it. It's on Netflix right now.
I can smell your nappy pussy.
What the fuck?
Richard Feynman. What is this, Richard Feynman? You need that movie was scary. It was a good movie up until that scene. I was like, wow, this movie is retarded.
Dude, that was kind of out of nowhere.
That wasn't it? I love, for some reason, I love that. That is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. Fish Sticks, watch that shit. It was an all right movie, wasn't it? Fish Sticks, up until like the end of it. You know,
There's something wrong with you people. What the fuck? Yeah, this is officially the weirdest fucking live I've been on.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
glad
the,
I'm glad it was with you, Pilgrim. You know what I mean?
dude, you know, we on that how long we've been knowing each other for now? Like 4 years, give or take, something like that.
Fucking feels like it.
Since at least 2000.
Right. No, I think we met back in Da Nang back in 73.
Or 2020, I got 2000. No, I think it was 73. I think you were Viet Cong and I was possibly GI, and we
I
are
was a Viet Cong?
reincarnated. Yeah, Viet Cong.
I defected and had an anchor baby. What
Dude,
happened?
you were reincarnated. Listen, the Viet Cong was fucking definitely like pretty hardcore. Yeah. MacArthur said if he had a whole army of Vietnamese people, he could conquer the world.
Pretty much. There's some stout little sons of bitches.
Yeah, dude. They
What
held
up?
on.
What are y'all doing in chat? What do y'all want to talk about in chat?
Yeah, what y'all got going on?
Everything's on the table right now.
Well, has anybody else got any kind of like relationship problems or anything they want our advice on?
Right.
You know?
Hey. Carrots up, y'all. Smoke them if you got them.
Oh, let me get my pop. I'm smoking. Let me see.
Okay, is it just me? Chat. This is chat participation time. Every time Pilgrim looks down, because his hair is so blonde, does he not look like he has a bald spot underneath those headphones?
I
You got a man bun going right now? Is that what the fuck we're seeing?
Yes, sir.
What the
boy's
heck?
hair is long now, dude. Look how my motherfucker. I look like one of my ancestors right now, dog.
Hey, I'm telling you this as a friend and as a brother. Stop it.
Nah, dude. It's going good though. It ain't been too crazy. It ain't been too. But I keep it. I only wear at work to keep my hair out of my face. Usually I keep it down. Oh shit! I look like Phil Collins. Oh, What's up with a woman buying dinner and she still doesn't put out? Thank you for that. I was thinking about that. I've kind of like, it's not tit for tat situation where I got you some dinner and I spent money and now you got to give me some pussy kind of shit. That is not what
No,
it
he
is.
said if she pays for dinner and doesn't put out.
Well, if she doesn't pay for dinner, doesn't pay out.
No,
well,
she pays for food.
Oh, she pays for the food.
She pays for the food.
Well, that's a little morally. I would feel more like in line with kind of since she paid for the shit. I'd feel more in line with kind of going based off of how she would feel about the situation.
I'd be like,
You
I'm a
know?
gigolo, bitch. Shit, if you
Yeah.
don't want my services, I'll eat and go home. You know what I mean?
Then, but I don't know. But see, it's I'm not going in for like you should never like expect anything. You should never expect sex from and that's how you get it though. But I thought you like shit saying doing it if that's what you want and all the shit's going on and you know just take your ball and go play ball somewhere else.
I think at a certain age, you know what I mean? It's the priorities should matter. I don't understand some of these people out here running around fucking 50 and 60-year-olds still trying to act like they're fucking 19 and 20. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah, at a certain point, you know, you gotta it all catches up with you, you know. Damn, you are obsessed with this document.
Huh?
He's obsessed with me trying to look at this document.
Which document?
By Richard Feynman. Let's look into it.
The name sounds. I have no idea what it is.
He might be a pimp or some shit. I'm not sure. He's a theoretical physicist. I don't play theoretical physicist player.
Yes, you do.
Hustlers.
Richard. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, Richard Feynman. Yeah, he's yeah. Okay. I'm with you now. I mean, you will get a lot more from listening to Mr. Feynman than you will listening to the pimp problems. Just saying.
Yes, yeah. Listening to the Bishop Don Juan, yes, you would definitely get more intellectual stimulation and more like knowledge from Richard Feynman.
Who was I say? Who was I say? I was on somebody's panel the other day, and I said it. The same shit that you put into your mind is, you know what I mean, is the same shit that you're gonna pretty much be feeding your brain. It's like, so if you think McDonald's and Burger King is trash food, you don't put it in your body. The same thing as, you know, watching Maury or Jerry Springer or these fucking paternity shows and all this other shit is the same as McDonald's for your mind. You know what I mean?
Mm.
You gotta find some wholesome shit to make some of them plugs that you haven't used in a long time start firing again. You know what I mean? That makes sense.
Oh yeah. That's why I've been me personally. I've been like drifting away from politics shit and drifting away from too much hardcore shit. I am doing this month, Patrice, but I've been getting more into like shit like the presidents and Civil War and shit.
I mean, like if every show on TV is some kind of drama, but then we're sitting around. Why is everybody so addicted to drama all the fucking time? It's because literally every show on TV has got a dramatic soundtrack. You know what I mean? It's one of those kind of things. If you sit around watching the fucking paternity shows all day long, you're gonna start assuming that everybody around you is a nasty whore who doesn't know who their fucking baby daddy is. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. It starts making it commonplace. Then you get used to it. Then whenever it actually happens, you already thought it happened already, so there's nothing for you to complain about. You know, it's one of those kind of things. We keep ingesting trash as a culture, and then wonder why we got a trash culture. The visual. I mean, we're so focused on our bodies. You know what I mean? Health wise, a lot of people are with the CrossFit and the fucking keto diet and the paleo, you know, all this other shit. But a lot of people forget about their fucking mind. If you look back through history, the number one way to push propaganda and to brainwash somebody is through their fucking eyes. You know, what you put directly into their fucking brain. And that's what this trash TV is.
And let's see. That's some very philosophical shit right there you just said.
We need to go back to being wholesome and shit again. And that's the thing, is like, even at a certain point, no matter how big and tough you are, or how grown and hard you are, or any of this other shit, sometimes you just need to watch some cartoons. You know what I mean? Some shit, just some fucking Swiss Family Robinson or some shit like that. You need to take in as much wholesome as you do fucking trash, if not more. I would say more, but you know what I mean? Find a balance.
Is this the video that you spoke of? Yeah, JT, get up on these dudes. Get on this knowledge. Yeah, I was looking up what you asked me to look up. I cannot find it. Yeah, I've been getting into Dragon Ball Z again. I've been watching some, I've been watching it all the way from Dragon Ball. I'm gonna watch all the way up to the new show.
What's that new one? What's that new one everybody's fucking freaking out about? With the samurais?
Blue-eyed samurai?
No, it's samurais in the like 1800s or some shit. But it's the new fucking, it's the hottest fucking anime shit right now. Everybody's fucking, the boy's trying to get me to watch it the other day.
What channel is it on?
I don't know.
You talking about Shogun?
No, Demon Slayer.
Oh, I see. I've heard about that. I want to. I might check that shit out. Is it dope?
I don't know. I haven't seen it yet, but he said it's. He said if I like the Dragon Ball Z, because I had all that shit back in the day. I had every fucking one of them on VHS. You know what I mean?
Oh,
He said it's same kind of principle, but it's more reality based and less power kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Let's see. We're gonna watch a Demon Slayer fight real quick in this motherfucker. Let's see how I like watching this shit for the fights. Let's see. We're gonna do a reaction. We're gonna do a reaction now. Let's see. Let's see what's up. I'm surely you're joking, Mr. Feynman. Let me see. I'm gonna look that up, and I'm gonna have the. Shit, boy. Woo!
いい刀だ。俺
Oh,
は
he did motherfucker licked his
煉
blood.
獄杏寿郎だ。俺は赤座。鬼になろう杏寿郎。俺はいかなる理由があろうとも鬼にならない。
I'm high.
そうか。術式展開。破壊殺羅針。今まで殺してきた柱たちに炎はいなかったな。俺は辛い。
Yes, sir.
耐えられない。破壊さ。この素晴らしい剣技も失われていくのだ。全力を出せ。いい動きだ。俺は鬼にはならない。
Man,
I can fuck with that.
That is dope. Oh, he said I shouldn't. Okay, fuck, we shouldn't. He said that I was a spoiler. We shouldn't have watched that. I don't know. I'm gonna try to forget what I saw. I'm
Who
trying to
said
forget
that?
JT. JT, he's on that. He on that anime. I'm trying to see Mr. Say, I'm looking. You just asked them. Okay, here you go.
Yeah, I can fuck with that. Take about a gram and a half of some spaghetti ingredients. You know what I mean? Sit back and binge watch the shit for a couple hours. I can fuck with that. Hey, how long? PSA. Apparently, if anybody takes the psilocybin candy bars and gummies, there is a brand that they found in Missouri that has sent a couple people to the hospital already. And I forgot. I think they said there might be 17 or 18 other states that this brand is in, and like over 200 people have gone to the hospital, and I think they said 2 people have died or some shit like that. So if you're buying the mushroom candy bars, be sure you know who you're buying your shit from. I'm just saying, because now that it's Yankee knows, Yankee's going to be the first to take a legal fucking trip. Mushrooms is going to be the next revolution.
Really, where have they legalized this shit at?
It's decriminalized in Denver, the home of decriminalizing weed. So it's going to start. It started in Denver. Roots. Mushrooms. The tripping out kind of mushroom candy bars. They got some gummies too.
G Manana shared a good I think this is it. G Manana shared this. JT, let's hit it up. Let's see.
The best teacher he never had. Feynman was an American physicist and Nobel Prize winner for his groundbreaking work on quantum electrodynamics. Incidentally, Feynman wasn't famous just for being a great teacher and a world-class scientist. He was also quite a character. He translated Mayan hieroglyphics.
I don't know if I can handle tripping on mushrooms again, real quick. I don't know if I can handle tripping on mushrooms again. Honestly, I probably would, but I don't know. I got so much shit going on, like the weight of. But I don't know. It'd be better compared to tripping on acid, though. I'd rather if I had to choose between the two, I'm choosing mushrooms over the acid every time.
Yeah, it's natural. Always go natural.
Yeah, I know for a fact I would never do acid again on purpose.
Right. So, well,
yeah. Yeah. No, I had that fun that time.
There's a couple places in California to where you can volunteer to be lab studied and shit. And then there are a couple places like they've already got the ketamine clinics to where you can go in, boom, and they give you your own little room. You got to sit a trip setter, and you just fucking blast off on some fucking ketamine and shit. And they got the synthetic psilocybin that they're using. They're using microdosing for PTSD. I mean, like it's been in the works for a while, but there's a lot of the major cities who started the weed revolution have decriminalized it already. So it's coming.
See that? I don't know. I think everybody should trip at least once in their life, dude.
Oh, 1,000%.
Yeah, they like the world would be just we'd be more close and we would feel worse about doing bad shit to each other, you know.
See, there's a difference between using it as a party drug and using it for the actual, you know, the true definition of it is the spiritual journey of it. If you're really gonna do mushrooms, you have to go at it like a full blown fucking hippie. You know what I mean? Because you're there for the journey of it, not to, ooh, I see colors and shit. That's not much. You know what I mean? That's not it.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a you can't look at it as a partying thing. You got to look at it as a spiritual thing. And it's not for everybody. I have seen people cry while tripping. I've seen people, just not have a good time. They're trying to get there. Like, I want to talk to my mom. I want to talk to my mom, kind of shit. And it's like, you need to chill.
I know the boy had to take he took like an 8-month break because he did like damn near 2 grams, like damn near 3 grams of a fucking penis envy, and that shit, Jesus fucking Christ,
Man.
1 gram of that shit gives me the drunk legs, and you know what I mean. Like that shit is fucking strong. So he got stuck in a loop in the bathroom because with the penis envy, you'll get stuck in a loop doing the exact same thing over and over and over, just some random shit, whether it's closing a door, brushing your hair, you know what I mean? You'll just get fixated on it, and you'll literally be standing there for 20 minutes doing the exact same thing over and over and over. He said that one freaked him out, so he took a break for a while. He's ready to step back into it, you know what I mean?
Damn. But he ended up okay though.
Oh yeah, I mean nobody in the history of ever has died from fucking mushrooms.
No, for hell no. I don't even like anytime I've been tripping before. I don't know how it is for. There's surely I mean, there might be like your oddball out in the bunch out there that's crazy, but I feel like there are some people. I don't even know about that, but I've never once thought about like, when I was tripping before, like, oh, let me jump out the window.
Right. See, like there is no psychotic effects. It's just some people have a goddamn panic attack. It's literally just a panic attack is what it is, and it gets labeled as some so you know what I mean, psychological episode, and that's what a panic attack is. You know what I mean? Same thing with remember when fucking edibles and shit started becoming legal over that way, and then people are like, oh my god, they went to the hospital because they had an edible. That's because you got too high and had a fucking panic attack. That's all it was. You know what I mean? Did you die? No, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Don't eat as much next time. You'll be all right. You know, one of those kind of things.
Now, yeah, they people that happened to somebody I worked with. This dude I work with, he actually had a situation like that. He ate some edibles, but they were that Delta 8 shit. I don't know why this dude he ends up falling on the floor like acting foolish, making a fool of himself.
See that shit there, that's a whole different thing because that's some fucking laboratory made shit. You know what I mean? Like that, and when the K2 shit came out, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The same thing with fucking, it's just bath salts. You know what I mean? It's like it's all the same kind of fucking shit, just different fucking amounts. That lab shit freaks me out. I keep it natural. Tries to keep it natural. Weed and mushroom, boom, simple.
And I noticed whenever I was like vaping and like, first of all, the weed Delta 8 shit does not get you high. I feel like the edibles do. Some of it, like I know the dude that did this shit though. Like I know the guy that makes this particular Delta 8 candy and shit. Now where he's like, it's you can grow the plant, but you have to grow it a certain way. I don't know how they tweak the chemicals in the weed to get it to where it doesn't have delta. They take delta 9 and delta 10 out. But I remember I was hitting the vape of that. It got me a little high, but then it made me feel like shit, dude. Like horrible.
I remember back in the day, motherfuckers used to try to use that K2 as fucking filler and shit.
Oh, dude.
I mean, and I could always tell every time a fucking ice pick to the side of my fucking face is what it felt like every time.
Yeah, no, we that shit used to cause me and my buddies used to roll blunts up of that shit, and we would be sick as fuck, throwing up, high as fuck. And I can imagine being that high now. And it would I had one time where I did feel like shit from it. We were at my buddy's at this chick's birthday party. We were like 15. We were smoking a blunt of this shit. Next thing you know, reality just shifts like that into like a whole nother realm of understanding. You feel me? It definitely wasn't like how it usually was. And then we just like started like kind of sleeking around and stuff like it was so weird. And then the girl's birthday saw us, our eyes are so red, she looked at us and just screamed. And like, and looking back, I'm like, what a like idiotic fucking fool. And then we had to get driven home and shit. For instance,
See, I'm
yeah.
thinking long term, right? So like I am the perfect age to have like at this point I've seen illegal weed. You know what I mean? I've seen motherfuckers get life in prison for fucking weed, and now it comes in fucking cigarette packs at the store. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude, it's crazy, right?
I think the mushrooms is going to be the same thing. 'Cause remember back in the day, it was so fucking everybody was so paranoid about getting caught with mushrooms. They're like, oh, a couple grams of mushrooms is literally a life sentence. You know, like that kind of shit. And I'm going to get to see those legalized. So I'm looking forward to the future. This spot I got over here in the woods, once it becomes legal and shit, start doing the little fucking the trip setter retreats and shit out in the woods. Just little spaces, but like here, I got you. You know what I mean? Respect the high. Here's a couple grams. Boom. There's your little corner. You know what I mean? Just have a little fucking guru compound.
You're
Babysit
speaking.
motherfuckers with their trip balls.
Whenever I went to that festival, they had a sober tent that you could go to if you wasn't feeling good.
I think that's what a lot of it is a lot of people just weren't in the right situation for what they were trying to experience. Excuse me. I think the set and setting matters. That's why you see, where's that? They go down, all these celebrities and shit are going to rehabs down in fucking South America now to do the MDMA. Is that what they're doing?
Is that ayahuasca?
Down, yeah, the ayahuasca. Down with some fucking witch doctor in the jungle and shit. And it's like, it's actually fucking working. There's literally people, you know what I mean? They're coming back and saying, you know, like, it's fucking thick. So there's got to be something to it.
Russell Brand. He went down there and he got off of his. I don't know. I don't know if he used yoga or that, but he got off of like a really bad heroin addiction. He was really bad addicted to heroin, but he went and did the ayahuasca situation. But there's this lady. She ends up, I think, getting killed by the village, or no, this guy, he got killed by this village because he was tripping with the ayahuasca shaman and he murdered the lady. She was like a well-respected member of the community, and he murdered her. So the community got together and like beat him to death with rocks.
Oh well, that's karma right there.
Yeah, I agree with that. She was like the village wise woman.
When did mushrooms and I don't know, would peyote fall into that? When did those officially become illegal? Was it around the LSD time, or was it before then?
Well, you got to remember, LSD was legalized for quite a few years, for a while, for experimental, for probably like 20 years. Whenever
that's
it was
what
created.
I was thinking. That's what I was wondering. Was mushrooms in that shit? Was that shit? Yankee, Lady Smith, y'all are old enough. Roots, y'all are old enough to remember those fucking ultra days. Were mushrooms illegal when LSD was doing its thing?
See, I don't think that they had a widespread use at that time. They were if the mainstream society was messing with that shit, I believe it was connected to pharmaceutical studies heavily. Adolphus Huxley, he was he wrote The Doors of Perception, he wrote A Brave New World. He was heavily connected to LSD and psilocybin and peyote, mescaline, and all that stuff. And that was whenever it was legal. He was a professor at a college, and it was legal for him to experiment. And Timothy Leary, they were doing all their experiments at Harvard back in the day. But that's all that shit is connected. LSD is connected to the CIA.
Well, I know that, but I'm trying to figure out when it was that it was officially banned. You know what I mean? Like how long did America just run around tripping balls?
Because for a long time, only like Indians and shit would be using psychedelic drugs.
Right? Because I mean, we had cocaine and fucking morphine and fucking opium, like it wasn't shit. So there had to have been a time and a reason.
I think they figured out that they couldn't weaponize the psychedelics as much as they could. It was 1970. Richard Nixon signed the Controlled Substance Act. But several states... So all this shit was legal up until 1970. Weed was made illegal back in the 30s, as we all know. But it's 1960s, so like for a while they could be doing all this shit.
See, that's redundant. See, look, that my shit talking wasn't insulting at all. Some of y'all were alive when mushrooms were. You know what I mean? Look at me knowing stuff. G-Mon Nanny is my people. I think G-Mon Nana at the next meetup, you down to try some mushrooms? Just saying.
That would be very interesting. Tripping G-Mon Nana.
I'm kidding. I
She's gonna be watching her drink and shit now. She's gonna be watching what she eats. She'll be like, "There acid in this?"
Right.
Man, and I feel like honestly like I don't know. I do agree with I smoke weed. I've tripped. I think everybody should trip at least once in their life. But I think at a certain point, the drug legalization situation gets a little out of hand.
I'm okay with. I'm like I hate fucking. I'm okay with cocaine to a certain extent, but that's as far as that goes. The heroin, the meth, the fucking the flock, all this other stupid shit.
Yeah.
I fucking hate it, but it's not anybody's choice. You know what I mean? Your body, your choice kind of thing.
Yeah, you ain't hurting nobody.
Yeah, once it starts spilling out into the fucking streets and the stupid shit happens, there should be consequences. But if this is what you want to do, you know what I mean? Do you, boo boo? But again, I mean, it falls into the same category as the sexual shit. Keep that shit inside your fucking house. Don't be a fucking menace with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sexual pervert.
It's like once you start becoming a problem, then it's a problem. You know?
Yeah, and that's whenever like it's if you're like too obsessed like with that, back to the like run back over to that shit. No, I would do cocaine before I would do like acid or some shit like that, or like a trip for psychedelics.
And then you got to look at it because who was it up there in the Pacific Northwest? They pretty much legalized every fucking thing. So they're going to use that as the standard from here on out going forward. Like, oh, look, they tried legalizing everything up here, and you see how that turned out. But they'll never mention the fact that it was assisted. That's the whole fucking difference. Is just because people are allowed to do it doesn't mean the government needs to step in and all these charities need to step in and start giving out fucking needles and fucking ease of access kind of shit. You know what I mean? That's the whole. That's what made it collapse.
Yeah, dude, it's bread and circus. Here in like the big city by me, I see them underneath the bridge, taking the old needles and giving new needles to the homeless people there, and they're shitting and pissing and all kinds of shit, shooting up right there under the bridge, getting their new needles.
Right? I mean, this is gonna sound fucked up, but at a certain point, Darwinism needs to take control. Like you know the lifestyle that you're living and what it could lead to, and sometimes you might just have to live with the consequences. Like I appreciate the use and the of the Narcan and all that other kind of shit, but at some point you're like, what is it? Why is it necessary?
See, this is controversial, dude. If someone cannot do shit with their life, if they just keep on like finding themselves in the situation like what you described and shit, the more humane thing to do rather than allowing their death would be to put them to work as a I don't want to say as a slave, but more as a like give them a purpose that helps benefit society.
But see, it's not society's job to provide a purpose. It's the person's job to find their own purpose. That's the whole point of life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
and
you
then
can't keep letting a motherfucker jump in the river. So, oh, I can't swim. You jump in 7 times. You're getting exhausted. You're getting fucking tired. You know what I mean? Like it's the only reason this person exists is because you keep helping them. So now you have the weight of somebody else's life on your shoulders. And it's not even worth them fighting for it. Why the fuck are you fighting for it? You know what I mean? It's one of those kind of things. Like, you know the position you're putting yourself in, and you know only you can get you out of it. If you can't make it out of it, sorry. This is the life you chose. Live by the needle, die by the needle. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Same kind of concept. This is the life you chose.
Well, that's some man shit.
Save you.
Yes,
Nobody's
sir.
supposed to come ever. Save yourself.
Dude, that's some manly shit right there. That's a part of the path to finding yourself is learning like no one's going to come save you at the end of the day besides yourself. You know, so that's masculinity. You just described basically.
I mean, you can have empathy for some people in certain situations, but at the end of the day, that's their situation. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And you know, everybody like we all handle these things differently, but I don't know. Like
I'm not saying don't help. You know what I mean? Obviously, help as much as you can, but you know what I mean. Don't create the environment that you're fucking. You know what I mean?
I'd say you do this shit, they're constantly ODing, they're constantly robbing, they're constantly doing bad shit. All right, like it's sure like I don't know. You make these motherfuckers grow their own food and their own shit, but they're doing work, they're doing good, blah blah blah. But if they're stepping out online, you're beating the absolute shit of them as well until they can learn how to become a better person.
I'd say you get 2 free ones. You get 2 free ones. If we have to use a fucking Narcan because you overdosed, you know what I mean? You get 2. That's it. And we'll get you some kind of tag or fucking give you a little medical scar that says, hey, this is number 2. Because number 3, we ain't giving you shit. We're just gonna watch you foam and flop around. You know what I mean? At that point, like how many chances does a person need?
Yeah, because at that point you're a danger to society. Because like I don't want to see no shit like that. I don't want my kids seeing motherfuckers ODing and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
If you have 2 experiences to where your life, you've literally killed yourself twice, and that wasn't enough to wake you up, then I no longer have a societal obligation to give 2 fucks about you. You know what I mean? In my opinion.
But I think I'm starting to find out people don't give a fuck about themselves. all that shit. Like we was talking to JT, we was talking to that dude about that shit. He never once told us what he wanted to be with it, what he wanted to do with his life.
Right.
He probably didn't know. Man. Hutch,
Boy,
it's good to see you.
We've talked about everything except for fucking aliens and shit tonight.
No, the whole alien shit. I still haven't become a believer. Have you stopped believing, or do you still believe, or did you ever believe? I don't remember.
I 1,000% believe in aliens.
Come on, buddy.
I believe in the demon kind. I believe in the interdimensional kind, and I believe in the Martian kind, but not not Mars, but you know what I mean.
I know you're talking about.
Planetary. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, I believe in all three of them.
See, I lean in more towards extra dimensional shit because like I'm full blown. I'm putting it out there. I'm full blown flat earther now, dude. I'm 100% flat earther. I believe that shit in my heart. The earth, it's not like it's not the earth ain't some shit where it's like this car like something flat floating in space. No, it's like we're talking about extra dimensional aliens. It's that we're within a realm that's within. We might be. I believe we are in the center realm. However, you got these other realms around us, like beyond the walls.
Okay. What?
Crazy, right?
Huh?
I truly believe that shit.
The ice wall, are you right?
Yeah, but it's like I believe in the ice wall. But it's like we're in maybe it's not even necessarily the ice wall. It's like we're in a lake, but we're not. There's other lakes around, like countless lakes around all of us, right? So we're in a lake, and there's countless lakes around that. And it's beings hop between the lakes possibly, and that could be a extra dimensional beings. But this is even crazier, dude. I'm starting to come to the belief not only is it like are we in a flat realm, like within a lake surrounded by other lakes. I believe now it is also that, but still, it's also a simulation as well. I believe it's both. But still, there's God as well too. So you got God in charge of all this crazy stuff going on. But we're in a flat Earth simulated reality with other flat Earth simulated realities surrounding us. I'm
gonna be honest with you right now. I have not smoked enough pots to be on your level yet.
Get high, smoke. I'm smoking too. I've been thinking about that shit, dude, because shit, we lost Hutch. What up, Huckleberry? You gotta get Hutch here a second. You gotta give him a second. Let him come back. But there he is. There he is. Nah, you're back.
Am I 5x5?
You lost. You're 5x5. You're here to go. It's good sounding. Let's do it. No. Yeah, man. I miss talking to you about this shit. See, and it's you don't have to remove God from. We got Huckleberry in the chat too now. You don't have to remove God from the situation per se. Because I believe that he has his place in it. But it gets a little controversial though, for sure. Like
I am not a Bible thumper scholar.
Mm-hmm.
So is there any reference to the shape of the earth in the Bible in any kind of way?
There are over 26 references that I've heard of in it, referring to the sky above us, the dome. It calls it a dome. It calls it the firmament. So the firmament between, and it calls it a realm. There's four corners of the earth. It describes in the Bible. Several other flat earth references. Those ones pop out the most. Whenever the devil brings Jesus up to the top of the mountain, Jesus and the devil look at all four corners of the earth. So there are four corners of earth. That's not from those scriptures.
Well, I don't think that's literal. I think that's just the language of the time.
Yeah, the King James people translating Aramaic, but they are translating fucking ancient Hebrew. So it was like a 3 times language translated document, but still. And they let me show you a little bit of this shit real quick. Let me see. It's hard to find shit about flat Earth online, dude. It's hard because everything is always like you look up flat Earth Bible shit, and the only thing that pops up is flat Earth is bullshit, and fucking people that believe it are stupid. Kind of crazy.
I think you're a little bit batshit crazy, but you're still my boy. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? That's why we are bros. Exactly. That's why we get down on this shit because
See, like
yeah,
the
we can
biggest
talk about it.
complaint that I have about you, like real shit, like
Let's hear
I
it.
could go with you on the flat Earth thing. You know what I mean? Like I could
Mm-hmm.
entertain that, but you don't believe in dinosaurs, and that's what fucking annoys me
Hell
about
no.
you.
Fuck no, I don't believe in dinosaurs, and I'll tell you why, dude. They're all the it's all plaster that you see in the museum. It's all
Well, that's because they don't want a bunch of fucking kids and snot nosed motherfuckers in there rubbing on the bones and shit that could fucking eventually erode. And you know what I mean?
sounds like that's a very believable official story. That's a very plausible story, very believable.
That's a nice little mission statement from NASA. Yeah, that sounds real plausible. Right.
What about Ohio?
Okay, come on, give me some reasons.
So I will. Okay.
How can you go from a child? I know you had dinosaur toys.
Oh yeah.
I know you fucking love Jurassic Park.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? What
Mhm.
made you switch and be like, no, these motherfuckers ain't real?
Well, really, COVID. Whenever all the COVID shit went down, that's really whenever I really started diving deep into all this stuff. I was like, damn, they're lying about that shit. Okay, I was already kind of into like the Build a Bear shit and like all the other fucked up shit before that. But then after like that got me into the flat earth rabbit hole, and then that in connection got me into the fake dinosaur rabbit hole, which kind of connected them all. Like it's a deep state cabal that's been around for thousands of years, making us putting out this information. You know, saying dinosaurs are real, saying aliens are real. Now, this like for instance in ancient times they would find they believe in the cyclopses and all these creatures, right? Because back then they would dig up an elephant skull, and if you look at an elephant skull, it looks like what we would envision a cyclops to look like. So the leaders and the
Okay, cool.
priests and the intelligent people at that time would say, oh, we found a cyclops, and the people are like, fuck, cyclopses had to have existed just like we are with these dinosaur shit.
Okay, well, what do you clarify or classify a dinosaur? Would that be like the T-Rex and the Brontosaurus, or does that include woolly mammoth and saber-toothed tiger and shit like that? Like, what do you consider a dinosaur? What do you consider to be? You know what I mean?
Well, the giant lizard creatures who they're saying are birds now, those are the ones I would lean more to. Maybe you could consider mammals as dinosaurs too, because according to evolution, like there's like a common ancestor we all share that lived at the time of dinosaurs. But I do think that like the image of these scaly skinned long necked bastards, and you got your T-Rex. What the fuck? How come there ain't nothing else fucking super predators that got little arms like this nowadays and shit still? You know, what's
I
the
mean,
fuck
in
purpose?
fairness, if you get past the visual, because even they admit that the dinosaurs and the skin and shit like that, they have no idea. That's just they have no idea to any kind of way to tell what their skins and shit actually look like. But if you look at like the some of them crazy ass birds in Australia, you know what I mean, you could see where you would get raptor and shit like that. You know
Oh,
what I
we
mean?
got see, and now they had a question: the kratom mushroom chocolate, is that good or not?
I have no idea.
I have tried. I had a buddy that like left me some kratom, and I don't fuck with shit like that. But I was like, let me try it, and it was like nothing crazy.
I got a jar of it in the house in there.
Yeah.
It's one of those you're supposed to take it a little bit at a time, but if you abuse it, it could lead to hallucinogenic effects. It's one of those kind of things.
Yeah, it made me feel high whenever I tried what my buddy gave me out. I don't. Definitely made me feel funny.
But alligators, would you consider an alligator to be a dinosaur or a shark
See,
or a turtle?
there are some like gigantic turtles and sharks and alligator creatures today still. So I don't know like but the time narrative is what I'm having the problem with. Like the official narrative of like 85 million years ago, the crocodile alligator first started existing, and they were different then, and now they've gotten to what they are today. That's but to me that's kind of like in line with and I don't believe that. So these dinosaurs, all these dinosaurs like are from a cycle of like 200 or 300 million years of evolution from one creature to the next, and so I don't get down with that, and I think that the
It's not
dinosaur
so
shit.
much. So it's the evolution that you're opposed to.
They came dinosaurs and the theory of evolution both came out as concepts around the same time period in the 1850s, dude. And it's too weird that these things kind of all it was an industrial age of enlightenment, but both of this stuff came out at the same time. Darwin, and I forget he was like, I don't know, the OG paleontologist guy, but they collaborated a lot on their work, but I believe like it is the evolution thing. I don't think that I don't know, maybe I do believe in extinction events, but for a long time, dude, people believe that it was like Flintstone shit with like mammoths and people and dinosaurs living next to each other.
I mean, to a certain extent. I mean, if you live in Florida, you live next to fucking dinosaurs right now. You know what I mean?
Type of shit. Mm-hmm.
See the goddamn Nile crocodiles or fucking anaconda. You're gonna be like, that's a goddamn dinosaur. You know what I mean?
Dude,
especially because the motherfuckers, it's turtles. They live hundreds of fucking years. You know what I mean? So it's, I don't. If you get past the evolution thing, you just be like, okay, that was this fucking retarded theory, and look at it as, okay, these things did exist, but something happened to wipe them out. So the next, prominent creature rose up and took its place. One of those kind of situations. You know what I mean? Like,
okay,
they said there's been what, seven global catastrophes. You know what I mean? Extinction level events on the. So if you look at each one had a specific life form that was dominant. Just like cockroaches, whatever came next scurried up after everything was gone and rebuilt from there. Boom, another. You know what I mean? And eventually, it got to us people. I think it's one of them kind of situations. Like the things were always there. There just wasn't as many because the big things kept the population in control. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
Because man was around to hunt saber-tooth and woolly mammoth. You know what I mean? That's everybody agrees on that fact to some point. You know what I mean? But there were still tens of different kinds of species of man at that time also. So it's not that they weren't there. It's just that they just weren't the dominant force until the extinction level event. And the next most powerful took its turn, and so on and so on. One of those kind of situations.
And to see it putting it that way, I could like. It's like, so it goes down to your survival of the of like one creature. These mass extinct events, though. Some of these like involved whenever the planet was all water animals.
Right, but see, that's the thing is mass extinction doesn't literally mean mass extinction of everything on the planet. It just means a mass extinction of a global changing amount of numbers. Something always survives, no matter what. Something always survives an extinction level event. No matter what, something will always survive. And that's just the thing. What's going to survive? Because that's what's going to be the next Jurassic area or Paleo area or whatever the fuck it is. And the same with water. So if you got a water world where everything's mostly fish, very little land, boom, you get a meteor or some shit that blows out a chunk of the ocean and creates an island and gives you land mass. That gives you room to expand as a predator. You can start in and get into, you know what I mean, like that kind of thing. It opens up opportunity. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Just the natural cycle of the world. Just like eventually there's going to be a time to where man is just going to be a blip in the footnote of fucking history. You know what I mean? I mean, if you look at the grand scheme, if you believe in the timeline of millions of years this planet's been here and had life, we ain't shit. You know what I mean? Like we're barely even we're not even to like 30 seconds on the grand scheme of where this fucking planet's been. You know what I mean? Something will come after us.
See, I've heard that. I heard the closer I get into my spirituality and into like the closer I get connected to just Jesus, and I'm not getting religious. It's just like, you know what I mean. And I feel like it's like the Earth is younger than they're letting on, brother. I know I'm fucking out of my mind. I'm about to show you something. I've been hearing some shit like the timeline is all fucked up. You see where it says
I know there's
17.
a lot of people that will fucking swear up and down the Earth is only 6,000 years old. Like that's anything after 6,000 years is a fucking lie, and they will die on that hill.
I'm not quite that way. I believe. Have you ever seen the movie Noah? It has fucking
Russell
it was
Crowe.
like a yeah. Like how it showed how God created the universe in that movie. Like that is that's kind of something I feel like that's similar to what I feel like because a lot of these religious texts are, like you were saying, spoken of in the language of that time, the descriptions they would give in that time. So we misconstrue it when they're using parables and hyperboles and shit. We misunderstand what they are saying. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. The take on that was pretty decent. See, I believe in the Big Bang theory and the God snapped his fingers theory. I think they both coexist. I don't think it was a literal God snapped his fingers. The book says he said, "Let there be light," and if he already knows the universe, he knows to smash these two atoms together to create this universe. It's, you know what I mean? It's the same concept.
He's like, let me plug in this computer real quick.
Right. That's why I think it's I think science and religion can work hand in hand. I don't think one disproves the other. I think one should reinforce the other just by offering more questions. You know what I mean? I mean that's the whole point of science is the pursuit of why. Finding cures and doing all this other stuff is cool, but in the long run, you want to be the one that finds and discovers something that nobody else has found. You know what I mean? You want to push the whys. And I think religion and science they go hand in hand with that, because one just makes you keep questioning the other.
And you know they could very well they could be indistinguishable. I feel like in this science has become the religion today. What if God would have? I think this is what God said when He first created the earth. And I don't mean to sound horrible for this. This is what I think God said.
I can smell your nappy pussy.
And then the universe came into existence. That shit is fucking hilarious. It's like fucking. But yeah, science and spirituality. Yeah, I believe at some point the science will get back to a point. In the past, I believe the science was indistinguishable from magic. You know, and I
That's
think
the
we
you
could
got
get
to
back
take
to that.
the you got to take the shit. I believe in magic too. All that shit.
Yes, sir. Okay, we're down on that. Okay, we're both agreeing on that. Okay.
Yeah.
And there's different levels of magic, though. You know, there's like that. It's like could be described more as like a psionic energy, as like as a will of the mind. I feel like you know, and that itself is like is a like it's you know like the secret of 48 laws of power. That
Right.
to me that is its own, that is a mental magic. And there is also you got your own, your kind of literal magic where you got like crazy bitches who be doing bad vibes on you, putting bad mojo on you.
Right.
And I do believe in that. You got your psychic energy vampires. That is another magic realm. What are your magic definitions?
Hey, we're gonna have to get into that on a different live. I got to go.
Shit, I need to get some shit done around my house, pimp, because I've been on this bitch for 5 hours. As soon as I got off of work, I started doing this shit. So I need to.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to go throw on an apron and get them dishes done.
Oh yeah, no, that's it. All this shit, all pimp shit aside, happy wife, happy life, y'all. You know what I'm saying? For real. But if you're a man out there, you got a woman that you want to keep, go and wash them dishes. You know what I'm saying? And tell her that you go wash them dishes respectfully.